I call this quarterly meeting, the Texas Veterans Commission, to order. Mr. Secretary, do we have a quorum? Okay, you forgot. It's brand new. Kevin, can you hear us? Just want to make sure that we're all connected.
Yes.
Okay, and we can hear you and see you, so thank you.
Excellent.
We'll start off with our Pledge of Allegiance and the allegiance to the Texas flag. Commissioner Hernandez and Secretary Wright. To the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Agenda item 2 is public comment. At this time, I will open the floor to any members of the public who wish to address the commission on matters under its purview. Please limit your comments to no more than 5 minutes. And please remember that this is a time for the commission to consider public comments, but any discussion or deliberation by the commission for matters not posted on the agenda must be limited to a proposal to place a subject on a later agenda or be confined to statements of factual information or existing policy regarding the matter. And I do have 2 people who've signed up to speak during public comment. First up is Uriah Nelson with CT Cog. I don't think your microphone is on, so hold on one second. Is it?
I'm so good at technology.
Thank you. We can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director, and of course, TVC staff. My name is Uriah Nelson, and as a veteran of both the U.S. Coast Guard and Army Reserve, I would first like to thank you all for all you do for veterans across our state. I'm here today to speak briefly on the FY 24-25 General Assistance Grant that the Central Texas Council of Governments was awarded last year to provide transportation assistance to veterans through our 7-county region, and to ask that the Commission consider and approving an extension to the funding, although the grant has closed, to the previously funded award for SITCOG to continue these services, or to allow us to utilize some of the funding allocated under the Housing for Texas Heroes program, which we were awarded, to continue this program in our region. In February, SITCOG was made aware, and we were aware that we were not going to meet the auto renewal requirements. We sent a letter to TVC staff explaining the situation and why we didn't, why we knew we weren't going to meet the metrics by the February timeline, and asked that that be considered as we felt we would meet our metrics prior to the ending of the grant. Following that submission, we were not informed one way or the other if our grant would be considered for renewal, so we just kind of sat in space. After watching the May Commission meeting, we realized that our grant was not renewed, so we reached out to start taking action to see what we could do to continue this service in our region. Just for your reference, through May, because June just ended, SITCOG has served 126 of the 135 projected veterans and authorized program recipients under this program. We have registered 174 participants, and we have provided approximately 5,000 rides in our region to veterans and those that are eligible for this program. Once again, thank you for all you do. I appreciate your consideration to this request. And in addition to my short overview, Bobby Whitson, Bell County Commissioner and SITCOG officer is also here to speak to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, and thank you for your service. Next up is Bobby Whitson.
Howdy, my name is Bobby Whitson. I'm a Bell County Commissioner. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here with you, Madam Chair, the Commissioners, the Executive Director, and staff. I'm not going to rehash everything that Uriah stated, but we have had some communication between our representatives, Chairman Buckley and Representative Hickland, and appreciate the response that we received from TVC already. You have gotten a response back from our representatives, and we're awaiting that continued response. This meeting just happened to hit before that continued response, so we felt necessary to be here because we do care for our veterans in Bell County, certainly right next door to Fort Hood, the largest military installation in the world that we know of anyway, unless somebody's got one hiding somewhere across the sea. But we are very passionate about our veterans there, and we certainly know that y'all carry that same passion. That's why you serve on this commission, and we thank you for that. We have some concerns in that when SITCOG asked about our status for this grant being renewed, we were told by staff that they couldn't give us a status. And then we find in May at the commission meeting that others apparently had been given that status on their grants that they weren't going to receive. They made an appeal here with you and received those grants afterward. Had we known that, we would have certainly been here in May as well. And just doing our due diligence and doing what we can for our veterans, we're here now trying to see that we can make some capacity for that grant to continue. Per the letter that Representative Buckley and Hicklin sent to y'all, we have two possibilities that we would like to entertain: that the current TVC grant awarded to SITCOG be extended at no additional cost for 1 year. This would allow SITCOG to continue the valuable service we serve to the members at Fort Hood through our Vet Ride Assistance Program authorized under your financial assistance grant. There's about $200,000 left in that account. We can continue to use that if you will let us do so. Second option would be that SITCOG be allowed to shift a portion of funds from the newly awarded TVC grant to provide services under the former grant, and that would be what we were granted for our Housing for Texas Heroes. We feel the RIDE program is vitally important to our veterans and as well as active duty independents at Fort Hood. This plea is on behalf of our veterans and other eligible program recipients in our region, soldiers at Fort Hood, and the Executive Committee for Central Texas Council of Governments. We ask you humbly if you would give us consideration for one of those two options. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I do want to let you know that we can't obviously discuss that agenda item today, but if you continue to work with staff, if it is something that we would address, it would come back to this commission.
I appreciate that, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak that did not get a chance to sign up? Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item is agenda item 6A, which is action regarding the Fund for Veteran. Actually, it's 3A, excuse me. Regarding action regarding the Fund for Veteran Assistance 2027 grant request for applications. And I'll ask Irv Leos, our Director for Fund for Veterans Assistance, to present this item. And you're going to be doing from the table, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Kerner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guest. For the record, my name is Irv Leos Jr., Fund for Veterans Assistance Director. The item I will be presenting is for the request for application, or RFA, that will cover fiscal year 2027. The information provided for your review is in the SharePoint folder labeled A, Fund for Veterans Assistance FY27 Grant Request Information. This folder contains 9 documents. These forms are the request for application, both with edits and no edits, the 2 annexes, and 4 appendices, and the summary that I will be using for this presentation. Pending any questions, I will begin the summary. To ensure the effective operation of the TVC FVA grant program, revisions are implemented to the request for application and the governing documents associated with it. A review of these documents ensures that the grant process aligns with program goals, adheres to legal and regulatory standards, and supports the mission of providing critical services to our Texas veterans. The current grant process is overly complex because we have 2 concurrent grant tracks, grant renewal and new applications, competing for the same available funds. Therefore, the FVA staff recommends a transition to a 2-year grant cycle. The goal would be to prepare the FVA grant program to begin 2-year grants for the next state biennium budget cycle for fiscal year 2028 and 2029. This transition will include the elimination of the grant renewal process. Thus, organizations will apply for 1-year grants for the fiscal year 2027 RFA. The purpose of this agenda item is to seek the commission's approval for the FY 2027 request for application and governing documents associated with it. I pause for questions from the commission prior to continuing.
Okay, thank you, Irv. So I asked him to break his presentation into parts. So the first part was this new vision and redesign. So commissioners, any questions on Irv on their proposal to move to 2-year grant cycles and the FY27 being a 1 year to allow us to transition to that?
No.
Any questions? Okay. Okay, let's continue on.
I will be introducing the major and key changes prior to going through the RFA page by page. I will refer to the item consideration summary that you have in front of you. The major changes to the RFA are, number one, the removal of the grant renewal process. This is due to the complexity of dividing funds across renewal and new applicant candidates. This will place the same criteria for all applicants. Number two, on page 4 of the RFA under 2.2 General Assistance, the removal of supportive service category from the General Assistance Program, but moving the 3 sub-service categories, food services, elder care services, and family and child services as independent services categories under General Assistance. This allows all individuals looking at the grant application to know what direct services is truly being provided by an organization rather than listing general categories such as supportive services with the sub-service categories that are not identified. Number 3, on top of page 5 of the RFA, still under 2.2 General Assistance, two service categories have been added. The first new category is assistive technology to provide products and equipment to maintain or improve an individual's independent living, consisting mostly of medical equipment. Through the years, we have had applicants and grantees that have provided only this service, but are embedded within other service categories. This will allow them to be easily identified and better managed. The second new category is due to new legislation under Senate Bill 1, consisting of pet lodging and veterinary care for clients undergoing or seeking medical treatment. Number 4, starting on page 11, the application eligibility section has gone through an improvement to provide clear understanding and guidance to all parties, including standardization of the process. Number 5, from page 13 to 14, the application review and award process section has been improved to provide tasks and guidance to the FVA Advisory Committee. And number 6, starting on page 15, the review and scoring matrix has also been revised to ensure applicants are thoroughly reviewed and scored. I pause for questions from the commission prior to continuing.
And commissioners, we will be going through each of these individually. We just wanted to do a high-level overview.
So
Thank you.
are we open for questions on what Irv just said? You want to wait until we get into the minutia of it?
Maybe questions on why. We'll go into
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions on why?
Okay. Yeah. Why did we remove referral services?
Sir, that was a discussion we had with the executives, and we feel that it's the same service that being provided. We ask organizations to refer clients, but for a standalone referral services, we felt that it was very duplication services that we have from another agency, which is Veterans Land Board, I believe.
Tom, did you have anything else?
Okay, so I think the question is, so if you look on page 8, it says unallowable expenses. And if you go down to on the clean copy, right? It's number 24. You added in 23 was travel outside the United States. Then 24 was client as an intake service. So it's an unallowable expense. So I think the question I have is if it's an unallowable expense, how is the organization using that as an expense, right? So it's client intake. So when these organizations are serving clients, they're serving a client, they have to intake them, right? So if we are saying that it's an unallowable expense, it just, I guess I'm a little confused over how that's an expense.
Just 1 second, Tom. So is this related to Kevin's question?
I think so.
No, that was a
No,
question I had later on.
No, it's not.
So,
Because he was asking about
Oh.
case management, not unallowable expenses. So,
correct.
Okay.
so we removed the case management as an option. And I think the answer you gave, Irv, was our rules say that we do not give grants to duplicative services, to services provided by other government agencies or ourselves.
That is correct, ma'am.
And we provide case management and or the Veteran Land Board does.
The
Right.
veteran land
Referrals, excuse me.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Ma'am, we also have, and Commissioner Barber, we also have I'm not sure if it's a contract or an agreement with,
Combined Arms.
yes, ma'am, Combined Arms.
Texas
that
Veterans
provides
Network.
Referral services.
Yeah, that's under a different contract.
Right.
So essentially, you're removing client referral services from the grant pipeline because it's duplicative of something the government provides anyways.
Correct, ma'am.
Any more questions on that, Kevin?
No, just one more question on that 2.2 general assistance category. What was the reasoning behind changing the from I get why you changed small business services from small business support, but why did you take out veteran? I mean, we're not going to give small business services that don't provide that service to veterans.
Yes, sir. Discussing with the staff, we felt that it was almost redundant because we are a Texas Veterans Commission providing services to veterans, and that was the main reason.
Well, okay, I guess okay.
Okay, we can go into the exact wording, Kevin, when we open up that section if we need to.
Okay,
adjust it.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the big changes and why we did those or why those were being suggested by staff? Okay. Are we going to move into, which section are we moving into now? Irv?
Yes, ma'am. We're going into the key changes before we.
Okay.
Yes. Ma'am. Continue.
Let's continue.
All right. The key changes consist of, number one, removal of items or sections that are program requirements. These consist of eligibility of beneficiaries, document retention, grant period performance, TVC recognition, and grantee training. These items and sections have been moved to the program requirements document. The RFA focuses primarily on the application and the award process. Number two, removal of dates within many sections within the RFA, making it difficult for all parties to identify key dates. Rather, most dates for the application and award process are within the tables starting on page 14 in the key date section. Number three, simplified all paragraph and subparagraph numbering, making the RFA easier to read and edit. And number four, on page 5 under section 2.4, Veterans Mental Health, renaming number 2 from peer-delivered services to non-clinical mental health services to better align with VMH services. I pause for questions from the commission prior to continuing.
Any questions, commissioners? Okay, let's continue.
Madam Chair, do we wish to go through the summary page by page and the entire RFA page by page?
Yes, please. And so we're going to be looking at Starting with page 1, you have in front of you a clean version that has highlighted what was added. And then in your folder, you can also look at the old version that has line by line edits. Do you not have a copy of that?
No, I have it online though.
Okay, then it's online. So the first one is no edits, which basically is all the changes, but also has highlighted what was added. And then the bottom part has line by line what was changed. Which one would you like us to open? The no edit one or whichever one we're convenient with?
The no edit, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Are the commissioners ready?
I am ready, yes.
I am.
Let's continue.
All right, yes, ma'am. So from the summary pages, that's what I'm using, which is page 2 of the summary page. So page 1 on the RFA, which is the title page, changed from 2025 to 26 to fiscal year 27, because we're changing to fiscal year 27 because we are aligning with the fiscal year. So dates are for September 1st of the year of 2026 through August 31st of 2027.
Okay.
The next dates are the opening date for the application portal, which is October 2nd of this year. And the closing date is December 2nd of this year, both at 5 p.m.
And those are systematically controlled. So the system will lock out on that date at 5 p.m.
The closeout, yes, ma'am, we have to manually open it on the 5 o'clock.
On the 2nd, and then
On the 2nd,
and
yes,
then it
ma'am.
automatically closes.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Any questions? We're just going to continue on unless commissioners just jump in if you have a question so that we can continue flowing.
Okay, on page 4, bypassing all the, page 4 of the RFA, bypassing all the table of contents. Section 1, program description, change governing the awarding grants from FEA to governing the FEA grants program. Changed 2025, 2026 grant period to upcoming grant period. And funding goals, removal of 3 funding goals. And the purpose was that discussion with the executives and the staff, we felt that some of these appeared redundant and did not have substantial meaning behind them. Section 2, grant programs. Section 2.1, detailed grant program information. Created a new subparagraph and moved following information. Information on allowable services and requirements for each grant program and service category is located in the appropriate appendices of Annex B, grant program requirements. The grant programs and opportunities announced in this RFA are reimbursement grants, and grants are awarded based on competitive application and award process. Section 2.2, general assistance. General assistance changed from general assistance GA to general assistance GEN, which, to provide some background, the commissioners in the grants world, we operate in grants are numbered either in a 3-letter or 4-letter numerical figure. So going from GA, we went to GEN to better ensure and understand that the general assistance grants are now referred to as GEN, because in prior years, not only were they referred to GA grants, but if you looked at the general assistance grant number, they were referred to FEA. So it had, for example, FEA 25-001. So most people didn't understand what type of grant that was. So moving to GN, it would allow individuals looking at the grant number to understand that that's a general assistance grant. Under financial assistance, added relief for basic or essential needs. Remove supportive services, as discussed earlier, made subcategories under supportive services their own service category: meal services, elder care services, and family and child support services. Food services removed from supportive services and changed to meal services and defined to provide better services as the previous service was very limited. So opened it up.
So let
Elder
me-
care
I
services,
have a question. So you
Yes,
mean
ma'am.
that used to be called meal services and now it's just called food services?
that is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And all three of these, food, elder, and family and child, were all there before. We just pulled it out from a generic title and made it their own.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And skilled services changed from skilled-based training to skilled-based resources for skilled training. Try to provide a better, renamed it to ensure that organizations that are applying understand this was more of a training grant program to provide training for a skilled service rather than providing many of the same services that are currently provided by other agents, other departments within TVC.
Can you explain? So do we have problems with grantees asking for something that we couldn't cover and it wasn't clear?
The main thing, ma'am, is we have, again, many organizations want to provide resume writing, interviewing skills, and the primary purpose of this is to ensure that we're providing a skill like truck driving, heavy equipment operation. So more of a training rather than a service that the agency already provides.
Got it. So people were trying to get reimbursed for helping with resumes when it's duplicative to what we do, and that wasn't the intention of this category.
That is correct, ma'am.
So this is hoping to clarify.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next is a removal of referral services, as discussed earlier. Transportation services changed from organizational fleet, transportation fleet, and added public transportation and rideshare to it. Again, better defined and opened it up to provide more services. And small business services changed from veteran small business support, as discussed earlier.
Okay, I have a question on that. This service category is for stabilizing or growing 100% veteran-owned businesses. Well, I mean, to be a 100% veteran-owned business in the state of Texas, if you start a business, your spouse owns 50% of that business unless you get a letter stating that they give up their rights to 50% of that business. How are you going to ensure that every one of these businesses in your small business services is 100% veteran-owned?
Commissioner, they have to go through the Veteran Entrepreneur Program and get a letter stating that they are 100% owned by a veteran.
What is the intention of this category, just in general?
I mean, that's not, I mean, you're talking about providing services to veteran-owned business. I'm not sure how that equates into, if I already own the business and I'm already certified through the program, I mean, we don't, you don't, I mean, in order to provide these services, I mean, we're going to give a grant to somebody theoretically, but they don't have to be, I mean, you don't have to go through certification to be a veteran-owned small business.
To be recognized, you do.
Not to be, no, only by the VA. I mean, it's self-certifying as an SDVOSB or VOSB.
I believe with the Secretary of State, you actually have to go through the certification process to be able to advertise.
Not at the federal level, not even at the state level. If I want to participate, it's self-certifying. I mean, I understand that process is there, but it's a self-certifying right now. I mean, if you want to participate in SAMs or you want to participate in federal contracting, state contract or local contracting, I mean, I don't see it as a statewide certification. I'm just saying, in order to be able to validate that, I mean, if I start a business tomorrow, I can say I'm a veteran-owned small business. I don't have to be certified through the comptroller or anything like that. So, but in order to provide these services, you're saying I'm going to give a grant of $100,000. I mean, how are you going to certify, or are you saying that you're going to require that they go through and be certified? If that's what you're saying, that's fine. That's all I'm trying to get to the bottom of. It's there's a little bit more there to just saying I'm 100% veteran owned, but I do have a spouse. But if you do have a spouse that states she owns, or she owns 50% of that business.
Commissioner Barber, our intent is not to, well, we do not certify the veteran. That is where a veterans entrepreneur just verifies that they are.
I know, but if somebody that's out there, we're giving a grant to that provides business services, right?
So, Commissioner Barber, I'm looking at the other file that we have, which is the RFA with the edits. And that
Mhm.
wording was always in our RFA.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar, but we're trying to give, but it seems like we're trying to provide a category to give money to businesses that provide those services, right?
This, I see what you're saying. So this appears to say that we are giving money to small businesses rather than to be giving money to organizations that support small businesses
Right.
and give them training. And so your concern is removing the word support in the support services category because this is not intended for us to fund small businesses. This is intended for us to fund organizations that provide support services to small businesses. Is that your point you're making?
Yeah, and the fact that how do we ensure that they're 100% owned? And if you're saying that in order to participate for somebody that's providing these services, that they have to be certified as 100% business owned, I'm fine with that. It's just understanding the fact that automatically, if your spouse owns 50% of your business, so if we're out here and we're providing services, and Valor, pest control is saying, yeah, I'm 100% veteran owned. Well, we have to ensure that they have that letter stating that their spouse gives up 50% of their rights to that business. That's all I'm saying. If you're saying that you can do that, that's fine. I'm just bringing it to your attention to be cognizant of the fact that you don't have to go through any to call yourself a 100% veteran owned business. You don't have to have any certification. It's self-certifying. But if you're saying you satisfy that because every business that you're going to provide services to is already certified through the controllers up and through TVC, that's fine. If that's what you're saying, that's fine. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That is what we're saying.
Okay, so everybody that receives money through services or any organization is going to certify that that's 100% veteran-owned business.
That is correct, sir. The organization has to verify that veteran that coming in for services is 100% owned.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
I also take Commissioner Barber's point. I think that we need to have that word support put back in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it really does seem like. we're
So it would be
funding
small business support services.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Noted.
Okay, thank you. That was a good conversation. Let's move on. We're into the two new ones that we added, right?
I'd actually like to
Oh,
go back and
let's
ask about
continue.
referral services that we kind of skipped over. Can I get more clarification? Because my understanding was VLB only provided referral services to the via the call center, which means they'd have to call in to TVC in order to be referred. Is there other services
Yeah.
that they provide as well?
Not just VLB, but there's a statewide grant for statewide case management and referral services that is given to Combined Arms. So this is already a funded government service,
Okay.
even not through the VLB. So the VLB has some referral services through the call center, but but the Workforce Commission has a full-on statewide grant with Combined Arms.
Workforce Commission has that
Yes.
contract.
So, yes.
And so,
And we refer, if you go to our website, there's a Texas Veterans Network. We already say if you need referral services, go to the Texas Veterans Network, which is a statewide referral service.
okay. So what referral services, for example, are we currently funding that would be lost?
Stand by, ma'am.
We aren't, but we have people coming in like America's Fund came in to request 600,000 for referral services. We didn't fund it, but in the past we funded Combined Arms for their referral services. But I'm not aware of any referral services. But you can check that.
We have two. They are Homeless Veteran Services of Dallas and United Way of Tarrant County, both for,
I didn't think we funded United Way of Tarrant County.
United Way of Tarrant County for 50,000 and the one
Okay, fair enough.
Homeless Veteran Services of Dallas for 160,000.
And I believe the Tarrant County is in that they participate with the Texas Veterans Network. Was my understanding is that that funding goes to help them provide the services for their people. They pay their people through that grant to support Texas Veterans Network. My understanding.
I have a question for Kirsten. And is it in our rule or in the code that we shouldn't fund duplicative services? Or is that just in our RFA?
I think that's, Madam Chair, I think that's just in our RFA, but I can check.
Okay, thank you while we're sitting here. But I do feel, I do feel a little bit, if there's a statewide referral service that's already being funded by a whole nother grant, I don't feel comfortable funding competitive referral services when we're trying to get everyone to use the statewide referral service.
Correct. Agree.
Okay.
And I think that Tarrant County one, I don't think there was enough clarity put around the fact that that grant is used to help support or to help Tarrant County provide those people to be able on those phones. I mean, there's a big difference between calling, there's just I'm not sure that was captured when we were doing it. So, and I'm not familiar with the other one.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on referral services?
No, I just wanted to get clarification on what we were currently doing. I just want to make sure that if you don't find the state website, that you're somehow still hearing about where you can go get help. And I'm assuming we still do those through VCSOs and things like that. So,
Absolutely.
and the other, the just other comment I'm going to make on the small business support services is, I would recommend talking to legal, because you can be 100% veteran-owned corporation, but your spouse can still have a 50% interest in it. Like they don't give up their, so there is a different definition. So I would recommend just talking to legal
Yes, ma'am.
around that.
Agreed. And the majority of them don't have that set up. So.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I may.
thank you.
So regarding the veteran verification letter, the legislature just approved a new law to be passed to go into effect September 1st. So if we wanted to, we could include language there that would say as defined by and include the specific statute that's going to be codified again in our Texas Administrative Code. I understand Commissioner Barber's point, but we could just clarify in that section to say that they do have to have that verification letter and they are 100% veteran owned. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. And we're not going to be necessarily voting on the RFA today. So maybe staff can go back, take a look at some wording we can put in there. And then when we talk about this in August, that'll be one of the items that we'll look at.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I did look at your question to Kirsten. I did look in the rules in the government code, and I confirmed that she's right. There is it doesn't mention duplicate services in the administrative code or the government code. It's in the RFA about we will not fund duplicated services.
Okay. Not action for today, but I think that concept is significant. And I think if there's any way we can codify that in a rule, I would prefer that, because I really don't want to fund duplicative services. And I don't want it to accidentally fall out of an RFA one year because we forgot to put it in.
Agreed.
I had no other comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Dale. I know. So I think we're on to of the no edits version 10 and 11 of that section right there. Is that where we're at? Irv?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So on page 5, on top of page 5, assistive technology services, as discussed earlier, added and defined, and pet lodging and veterinary care services added and defined as well. Continuing, section 2.2, housing for Texas heroes, just changing from H4TXH to HTX. Veterans mental health, non-clinical mental health services changed from peer services and redefined. Section 3, grant program guidelines. 3.1, application communications changed from review window and defined. Moving on to page 6. Sections 3.
Hold on one second.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
going fast, so I'm just want to read sure. Okay,
Continue, ma'am.
continue.
Page 6, sections 3.3, grant management standards included Code of Federal Regulations, as the Texas grant management standards are not a standalone. Spoke with the comptroller's office that produces that document or book, and they stated that it is not a standalone. It is a supplement to the Federal Code of Regulations. Section 3.5, cost reimbursement grant added through the monthly reporting request. Sections 3.6, added award grant documents. Number 2, added Code of Federal Regulations. And number 4, Annex A, state and federal statutory laws renamed from terms and conditions, which was kind of confusing. Removed eligibility of beneficiaries and document retentions as described earlier. Sections 3.7, term of grant, change from funding period.
One question. So
Yes.
you removed them or did you move them to the program section?
I'm sorry, yes, correct, ma'am. I moved them to the program requirements.
Continue, sorry.
All right, section 3.7, term of grant, change from funding period, change dates September 11th through August 31st, removing any year. Again, making it easier to edit or not needing to edit. Removed
You said
grant
September.
renewal.
Did you say September 11th or September 1st?
I'm sorry, sir. Yes, September 1st to
All right,
August
thank you.
31st. And removed all grant renewal or renewal criteria from the RFA. Sections 3.8, grant reporting requirements. Number 1, monthly payment reimbursement requests changed to 12 months. Number 2, monthly performance reported, added and defined. Number 3, veterans mental health clinical counseling outcome measures, added the end of year fiscal year quarter, and also the website. And then removed grant performance standards, or I'm sorry, moved grant performance standards and Texas Veterans Commission recognition to the program requirements. That concludes page 6. Any questions?
Continue.
Page 7, 3.9, prohibited use of grant funds. Number 13, added Code of Federal Regulations. 3.10, unallowable expenses or service, changed from unallowable expenses. Number 9, honoraria, defined, as it was hard to define. And then removed 2.8, grant funds may be used to conduct activities or provide services that complement those provided by the Texas Veterans Commission, and removed food.
Where are you right
Which
now?
you- He's on, which, are you looking at the no edits or the edit ones?
I'm looking at the no edits one.
Okay. He is on page,
7,
yep.
right?
8.
Oh, okay. So we just, I have a question on page 7, number 3, under the 3.9. Distribution of cash or cash equivalent to veterans and or dependents is prohibited, correct?
That is correct, sir.
How do our immediate needs assistants or general assistants? I thought lots of times they gave out gift cards for gas, and at least in the past they have. Is this come up, or I mean, how has that been satisfied in the past? Because during COVID and during Harvey, I believe a lot of them were getting gift cards. So we're saying, has that always been prohibited?
Yes, sir. That has been here for over a decade, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, organizations, we have allowed organizations to give out bus passes because they usually come in week or monthly form. So we do allow that, but for cash or gift cards for gas or any other sort of gift card, those are not allowable.
Okay. Has anybody pushed back on, because it seems like, I don't know. It seems like if I'm providing those services, it's just easy. I mean, if I'm a veteran that needs gas to get somewhere, or groceries or things like that, it seems easier to just distribute those.
We have not had pushback, sir. Majority of the grantees, their case managers have an organization credit card, and they will go with the clients, veterans, to the gas station or to the grocery store to purchase
That's
such items.
onerous. That's very onerous on those organizations. So
How do the financial support services provide financial support?
So ma'am, so yes, they will either cut a check or do an ACH to the vendor.
Got it. Okay. So they're providing financial services. They're just not giving cash.
Yes, ma'am. They're not giving cash or any payment to the veteran / client to take to the vendor. They do the direct payment to the vendor.
So say someone can't pay their rent, they would pay the leasing agent directly. They wouldn't just give money to the veteran and assume they're going to go pay their rent.
That is correct.
Okay.
yeah, I can see if you're giving, you can turn around and sell those gas cards, or you can think, I get that. Fair enough, but fair enough.
And Kirsten, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just to say, I mean, you all know, but it's just a premise, right, of the federal law and also for Texas state law to prevent waste, fraud, abuse. And that's one of the ways, and it's also in the ethics code. So there's a lot of reasons that the program has not given out gift cards, and really just to prevent that is like a safe measure of the state's funds.
And I think it's a general premise of all public. I mean, any public official, we can't accept cash or gift cards in any way. Campaigns can't do that.
That's right.
Any government agency for that matter.
That's right.
Okay. 310. That's where we were at, right? Honorarium, and now we're on page 8.
Yes, ma'am. We're about to
Okay.
start page 8. All right, commissioners, page 8, number 16, negotiated indirect cost rate, added facilities and administration, and increased to new level of 15%, which is from the federal government. They just increased their rate from 10% to 15%. Added new unallowable expenses or services. Number 23, travel outside of the continental U.S. We had at least one organization request to go to England for a conference. Number 24, client intake as a service. Client intake is a process to identify clients' eligibility and services needed. An employer may be budgeted to conduct intake, but the action is not considered a service to the client. We had several organizations state that they're conducting an intake and they're counting that as a service and not providing, say, a direct service like financial assistance or counseling.
Yeah, that was the question that we had earlier, Tom, that I had earlier about how do you, I mean, if we're putting an allocation in there for an employee that's providing these services, how do you say 15 minutes? I mean, how do you track that? I mean, obviously, if they're talking to somebody on their phone, I mean, that seems like an expense. I mean, that we wouldn't exclude. I mean, unless what did Tom and you and I discussed that yesterday? I mean, what's everybody else's feeling on this? I mean, if you're on the, I mean, first off, how do you quantify the fact that you spent 15 minutes and therefore it's not allowable expense on this person's, we pay whatever percent of their salary to be able to do this. So I'm just a little confused on how you qualify and quantify that.
Sir, it's not that we won't allow for that employee to get paid. Is organizations are conducting that phone conversation, or somebody walks in and they conduct that conversation and they're saying that they serve that individual without actually providing a service that they provide.
So Irv, is it like when they're reporting, do they report the number of services? Do they give like, is that what they're doing? Like, I guess I'm confused because we're talking about unallowable expenses here.
No, I see. I think I understand. So he changed the category name to unallowable expenses and services. And so he's stating that this is an unallowable service because it says client intake as a service. So they cannot claim they provided service to a veteran just by answering their phone call. They have to actually provide a service. So this has nothing to do with expenses, because it even says an employee may be budgeted to conduct intake. It's saying when they report how many veterans did they service, they cannot report that they service a veteran just because a veteran called and they answered the phone call.
Right.
That is
So
correct,
if
ma'am.
someone calls to figure out, how do I get my ride ticket to be able to take the bus? They can't call that as a service unless they actually provide that
Ticket.
that veteran with the ticket.
That is correct,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So were they doing that?
Yes, sir. They were.
Okay.
Number 5, case management as a service. Case management is a process of assessing, planning, implementing, monitoring a person's need that contribute to providing the required services. Again, much of the same thing. They're talking, gathering information, a part of case management, and they count that as a service. And number 26, client evaluation as a service or cost to conduct evaluation. Evaluation to determine if a client will fit or benefit from enrollment in the program. This is very common in the VTC program. They would do an assessment, mental health, other assessments, and they were saying that they were serving this veteran, justice involved veteran, although they weren't truly serving him.
I think this is good clarification.
Correct.
Is this stuff that you would catch normally and now we just want to codify it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Right. Section 3.11, grant amendments. Number
Madam Chair.
5, added expenditure requirements.
1 second, we have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
comment. Yes.
Madam Chair, I would point the commission's attention to number 16 about the indirect costs.
Okay.
So this is a recent change in the federal rules where the indirect cost rate increased from 10 to 15%, but there may be discussion here with the FEA team, from my understanding, about limiting it to 10%, keeping it there because 15 is the max, right? But just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention as a potential way to keep the indirect costs down.
I get it. So just because the federal government increased the maximum amount of indirect costs to 15% doesn't mean we necessarily have to do that. We can still keep it at 10% because we feel like that's good practice on our end. We don't have to automatically increase it to 15. Thank you for bringing that up. Any conversation on that?
Yeah, I think it's in response to obviously indirect costs going up with the recent, I mean, obviously what's going on out here. So I think that's what it was in a response to. And I think for us not to acknowledge that, these indirect costs are going up everywhere. So that's what I think it was in a response to. And I don't think it's it's just a limit. I mean, but that's what I think. So.
I'm fine with the increase.
Yeah, you have to, can you talk in the microphone?
It's on. Sorry, I just got to pull it closer. I said, I'm fine with that 15% increase. I agree with Commissioner Barber. I think it's in response to the need that the cost is going up.
Okay. Thanks for bringing this one up. But I also recognize that many of our grantees also get federal grants. And so as much as we can be consistent with them would be helpful because if they could only do 10% with us and 15% with the federal, it can get confusing as well. So I think this is a good recommendation. Okay, so we'll continue on.
Ready to move on, ma'am?
Yes, are we in 311 grant amendments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Number 311, grant amendments. Added number 5, grant expenditure requirements. Number 6, added performance requirements. And number 7, added compliance visit requirements. Any other questions?
Number 6. Hold on one second. Let me find this. So number 6, we added, we're in grant amendments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we added number 5 because some organizations, as soon as they got their grant, requested to get an amendment to get more money before they provided really any services.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, so that makes sense. And then the next one is 75% of the beneficiaries. Is that something they ask for amendment for often?
No, ma'am, that was added to provide some performance. Again, organizations might not be performing, yet they're asking for more money. So that was the goal is the staff's recommendation was the grantee must perform both expenditures and performance to ask for more money. I mean, we're ready to edit that number or remove it all.
Yeah,
So 75% of the funding would have been spent, but they've got to also show they've actually been providing the services as well before they come and ask for more money.
That is the recommendation. Yes, ma'am.
do you think anyone who's asked for amendments have met either of these criteria?
Some have, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Most of them have. There's a few that have ran completely out of money, and others have met their performance, and others have not.
Okay.
I think maybe go back and relook at it, because I mean, if somebody's at 75%, but they've already served at 50 or 60%, and and they know they have more to serve, I don't know. I mean, maybe we can see what some of the past grantees have been at, where they've come back and said, we've got the need, we've already expended it, we've done 60%. Or something like that. Like, I feel like you got to be at least over 50, but I don't necessarily know if you need to be at 75.
And I would be okay with just removing 6 altogether and leaving that as a discussion for us, because it's all going to come to us anyways. And this is just saying you can't even request an amendment unless you've done this. So I'm okay with them not requesting an increase in grant funding until they've spent 75% of the grant funding. But sometimes a percentage like that, when you're having Housing for Texas Heroes and, it's 5 houses and 3 houses, that's not even close to 75%, but it's a very small number. So I might be okay with just removing 6 and allow them to apply. It doesn't mean they'll get it, but at least they can apply and we can have a conversation, just like how we had the conversation with the service dogs when they came and talked, because that's a small number as well. And this is just an on when they can apply. It's not assuming they'll get it, because it still has to be approved.
Correct, ma'am. So do we want to remove number 6? Is that?
I propose that.
Yeah, I'd like you to go back. I mean, I would, if they're going to come back, they spent 75% and they've only served 1 of the 10 they were allocated to. I don't even know if I want to look at that. But I mean, we can go back and look at it. I would.
I think anything that restricts our ability for discretion, I'm not in favor of. So I agree with taking 6 out. So, but I agree with Mary on going back and taking a look and seeing how big. I mean, we've only had a handful come in, but I definitely agree that anything that takes away our discretion on these type of issues, I'm not in favor of.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if we take out 6. I don't know if that's going to open like a floodgate of people, but we haven't had that many amendments anyways.
Correct, ma'am.
It also doesn't prevent the staff from recommending to commission not to approve it. You know, you can take the request and present it to us and say, we don't recommend approving.
Yes, yes, ma'am. The goal here is to have a gate, a criteria for organizations that are requesting or amending this. You have to meet this prior to submitting an amendment. All right, we'll remove 6.
Yes.
On this particular point, I hear everyone's position. I wonder if there's a range that could be provided because I think from my perspective, it seems like from the FEA's side, it's nice to have some rules that are in place, even if they're like a range. It might just help guide and also put onus on the grantees that when they're showing up, they can show they have to show how many they have served, how many beneficiaries.
Well, we already do that, and therefore restricting this is not really accomplish that, does it?
Yeah, we already request they present that to us and we take that into account when we make our decision.
Understood.
And
This-
maybe rephrase it to make it clear, you know, must show the percentage of beneficiaries that they've served at the time they request the grant or something like that.
Would you mind repeating that? I couldn't hear Commissioner Dell.
Oh, maybe having it read, organizations must show the percentage of performance of the beneficiary served, you know, at the time they request the grant, instead of putting the number in there, but just clarifying, you're going to have to show this.
I like that compromise.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And we added, as you could see, coming number 7, about the compliance visit, because I know that came up with the last amendment request was, when was the last time they had a compliance visit?
Right.
Yes. Can you stand closer to your microphone because I can't hear you?
Me?
No, I'm talking to Commissioner Hernandez.
Oh,
I believe you have to define percentage. What the FEA, I believe, is trying to set parameters for performance or for expenditures of the grant. So you have to have parameters, and they have said it's 75%. Is that correct, Director?
That is correct.
What they're saying is this isn't for performance of the grant. This is in order for them to ask for more money, they have to have met a certain standard. And the bigger concern is, did they spend any of their money before they ask for more money?
Right.
But I don't want to limit people from asking for an amendment based off a percentage. We will look at it and we will decide.
correct.
I'm still going back to parameters, trying to determine what percentage is allowable for them to make an amendment to their grant. Is that something you want to pursue in
Are
discussion?
you going to number 5?
We're talking about number 6, eliminating number 6.
Yes. So what are you proposing?
Well, the FEA director is trying to find a percentage of parameter, whether there'll be an amendment for a grantee to ask for either funding or their performance has exceeded their grant. So they're trying to find, is this correct, a parameter, a percentage where you can gauge the request for amendment.
Yes.
That is correct.
That's why they added it, but I think some of us have a concern that that is inappropriately preventing some people from asking for a grant amendment, and that I would rather us as a commission decide on a case-by-case basis based off their performance, because there's some grantees that have very low numbers because of service dogs or houses, and a percentage like that would just arbitrarily not allow them to even request an amendment.
Because I think 5 satisfies your question, Commissioner Hernandez. If I might interject, I think 5 does that, satisfies that. I think 6, like Chairwoman said, handcuffs us on things.
And it'd all still come back to us, and we would still
Correct.
look at every single one of them and make a decision.
Continue discussion.
5% expenditure
I'm good with 75% expenditures.
Yes, ma'am.
That one's not a problem.
Make that change on number 6.
Yep. Okay.
Go.
No, because we're not voting on this today. We're just giving guidance to staff. And then what will happen is this, based off all of our comments, they'll come back. If that was the only change, then yeah, we can make a motion to amend and vote on it today. But I wasn't really the intention. I mean, Irv will love it because then he doesn't have to come back in August. But okay.
Ready to proceed, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, page 9, Commissioners. Section 4, application submission requirements. Change from funding opportunity to application submission requirements. 4.1, total funding available. Change from total funding available and number of awards. Amount listed in red font waiting on official funding amount. Section 4.2, funding available per grant. New addition, define the percentage and base dollar amount for grant programs or services categories. Remove the funding goals for FEA grants and remove term of grants. That's later defined. 4.4, application period.
Second, I do have a comment. So 4.2, from what I understand, we are, the staff is recommending that we go back to kind of old philosophy where we would set aside a certain amount of money of our grant funding for each category. And the numbers that they have in here, 44% for general assistance, 22% for Housing for Texas Heroes, all of those are based off of historical expenditures in those categories. I feel like that is too specific and doesn't give us enough leeway, because while we may have only spent 17% of our grant money on veteran mental health, maybe we actually need to spend much more. So I would recommend that we change those from set percentages to a range, kind of like what Kirsten was recommending for the other section, where we would say general assistance maybe is 40 to 50% and Housing for Texas Heroes is 20 to 30, or maybe give a range around our historical amount, allow us to give a little bit more or a little bit less, but not be handcuffed to 17% or 12%. Now, some of those minimums, obviously we can't change because that's set by law. But I just wanted to open that up for discussion because I would feel much more comfortable with a range. And okay, Commissioner Wright.
I definitely agree with that. I did want to raise a question, and I probably should have raised it before when we talked about adding the, where did it just go? I was just looking. So we have a category now for service animals. We're adding a category for pet lodging and veterinary care. Is that for any pet? I'm trying to figure out how we're going to manage that.
Well, we're not managing, the organization is, and they're going to.
Are you saying to take it out? Is that what you're recommending?
No, you can't take it out. Okay, let me recommend.
Oh, I'm sorry. This was
No, not
passed in
for
law.
lodging.
Actually, this was a law that was passed. Let's remember.
Right.
Go ahead, Tom.
That's
Yeah,
right. So
But not pet lodging and veterinary care. Was
Yeah.
that part of it?
Yes,
That's
yes,
the-
it was.
Okay, I thought it was just training of the dogs. I thought we
No.
were
No, this
adding
is
this
not
part.
service dog related at all.
so the
Oh,
pet-
this is the one that just came up in the recent. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, so the organizations would apply for a grant,
Yeah, fair enough.
and then they would provide those services to a veteran that wanted vet care or pet
Yeah.
lodge.
Yeah.
And they
Okay,
do
I remember now. Thank you.
So that's why, one, we had to add the category, and two, we have a minimum of $1 million because that was passed in the last legislative session.
Unfunded mandate.
Well, it's funded by us.
Again, I'll go on the record stating that anything that restricts our ability and discretion on these issues, I am not in favor of. So I'll just leave it at that, and I won't say it again. So.
Noted.
Thank you,
We're
recommend.
going,
Yes,
hold me to it, though.
First, I want to recognize Executive Director, then I'll get to you.
I think the impetus of the staff putting together these percentages. And of course, the percentages are all, debatable. But the goal was so there would be guidance for the advisory committee when they gave a recommendation so that their funding recommendation fit and it was aligned with the available funding. So, so if this $31 million is what the CFO says is available, then the advisory committee should give a recommendation that fits into that. But then how do they divide that out? How do they divide out that 31 million? So it's giving guidance to the advisory committee. So previous to this, in the last few years, we didn't give them any guidance, and they, pretty much could do what they wanted to. And then what happened last time was they recommended more money than was available, and that created other issues, for the commission. So I think that's the goal here.
You're correct, Mr. Palladino. Yes, ma'am. That is the goal. That this will carry over. The goal is to have this carry over to the advisory committee members.
Okay,
Yes, Madam Chair, about the veterinary care, it is from SB 1, and that was in section 19. It would come out of the general revenue fund.
Oh.
And I'm not the fiscal expert in the room, but if there's a distinction to be made, it's stated there. I can read it if you want. It's a short paragraph.
Excellent.
Okay. Veterinary care for veterans included in amounts appropriated above to the Veterans Commission in Strategy B11 General Assistance Grants is $1 million from the General Revenue Fund in fiscal year 2026 to be used only to provide grants to organizations providing veterinary care and pet lodging for veterans undergoing or seeking medical treatment. Any unexpended balances of these funds remaining as of August 31, 2026 are appropriated to the Veterans Commission for the fiscal year beginning September 1, 2026 for this same purpose.
so it would not come out of our grant program funds. It would be an add-on.
I'm going to defer to Chip.
Yes. Okay.
It
well
comes
done.
out of the
So
general.
Chip's gonna walk up.
The record, my name is Chip Osborne, the Division Director for Resource Management. Thank you to our General Counsel. Yes, the verbiage, basically, it gives us an additional $1 million that goes into our General Assistance Program. So it is dedicated for the pet care. Okay, so it's additional funds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, how do we feel about ranges? And do we want to give guidance to staff on ranges?
I think it would be nice if we could, and just an idea, one, to be able to give guidance and give ourselves and the grant committee some guidance, but not tie our hands either. So, I mean, I think we need to break out, like, as required by law, these are the minimums that have to be met. These other ones is the goal of the commission, but maybe, changed by a vote of the commissioners or something like that. And that way they have guidance, but our hands aren't tied depending on how much money we have and who we need to fund.
So I get what you're saying. I think there's two different ways we could do this. We can just give that guidance to the advisory committee, and it doesn't need to be in the RFA. And then it could be given right before whatever our guidance is that we want to give to the advisory committee. However, this is also really good because this is being sent to the actual applicants.
Mm-hmm.
And the applicants should have an understanding that it doesn't, in general, what the commission is expecting. If we're going to, don't expect $31 million to be spent on housing for Texas Heroes, that we expect to have some of it to be in a range. And I think that's why we were putting a lot of the things that we wanted guidance for the advisory committee into the RFAs so that the applicants know what we're telling the advisory committee and how they're going to be graded and the restrictions around how we're going to select them.
Then maybe up here at 4.2, we put unless otherwise revised by the commission. Because here's what I'm a little bit concerned about is we do have this 44%. We have the guidance as well, right, for the committee. But as we're going through it, as the commissioners go through it, sometimes we're like, well, there's a gap over here where this part of the region isn't getting stuff for the general assistant, but we're already at 44% over here. And so I think we need to have some leeway to make adjustments.
Also,
Yes.
additionally, every single grant cycle, it depends, I think that part of the funding, the award funding is based upon the applicants. So it's how many applicants applied in each category, right? And then it comes up with the funding. Now, this is just some historical data that Irv and his team put together, but it does change from year to year. It's not always constant, that we award, based on the applicants, how many apply in each grant program. And then it's, which ones are worthy of receiving a grant. So there should be some leeway here.
I'm not opposed to this. I want to give us some leeway to make changes as needed.
So I'm with you. I actually wasn't a big fan of the percentages when I first saw it, but I could see the benefit of giving a range, because I feel like the advisory committee has a lot of decisions to make, and any boundaries we can give them and guidance is helpful so that they can fit within the costs. I have a recommendation later on in here which may address that. When I recommended that when the advisory committee reviews the application, that they do it by region and by the need of that region. And in that case, that should drive what we spend our money on, rather than arbitrarily setting 44% for general assistance. Because what we're doing here is we're funding where we get the most grants, not where we need it. So if the number one request for grants is mental health, it doesn't matter if we get $500 million of grant requests for general assistance. I'm going to care about the mental health section. I don't care about how many people apply. I care about what is needed. And I don't want to automatically say we're not going to spend more than 17% on mental health.
So I'm fine either with ranges or percentages, as long as somewhere in here says the commission can vote to override it at their discretion.
But this is the problem, is this is where we ran into last time, is if we give the advisory committee different guidance than what we apply, then the grantees will come back going, I didn't know you were going to apply this criteria to me. You told me in my application, this is what the advisory committee was going to do.
Well, can we clarify that? This is what the advisory committee is going to recommend in, but if we see a need for some reason, all of a sudden, like last time, a couple of the agencies didn't qualify that had been recommended. So now we got this extra funding, or we get more money than we thought. I mean, I feel like we have to be able to, when it gets to us, make changes to what the committee recommended. We need to have the power to change it if needed.
Agree. How about we just remove the percentages? I mean, and only talk about the bare minimums in here, and just say each category will be granted based off of the need requirements and the advice of the advisory committee. But at a minimum, this much money is set aside for these particular areas, and then do it like that.
And then separately give the committee guidance.
Well,
going in?
that's later on in the application.
Okay.
So how we want the advisory committee to score will be in here.
I'm good with that.
I mean, I think we have to have the statutory minimums in there, right?
I think so.
Madam Chair, the key goal here is, again, to give the committee members, be it a range or a specific number, they need to know how much money they need to recommend.
We are going to provide that.
Well, I don't know if we are. I mean, unless
Well,
it's.
prior to them going, okay, I misunderstood. I thought Mary was saying, yeah, we provide that guidance, but we don't codify it here is what I thought I heard, but I could be wrong.
I don't think we have a mechanism to provide the advisory committee guidance outside of this RFA. Because
Okay.
we've never, we could create a recommendation. We could actually vote on something and give it to them in another meeting.
But ma'am, like you stated as well, it's being where the applying organizations know how they're being evaluated and scored and determine if they get, trying to be as, it's a requirement from that we post that out. And we've so much failed to do.
Yeah. Well, and that's not this section. So what we're doing here is we're saying, I don't care what your score is. We're going to arbitrarily lock people's hands and say, you can't spend more money than this. And I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm okay with that. Because what if we have an amazing amount of veteran mental health requests, and it's the #1 need across the state, and they all score really high based off of the scoring recommendations, and it's all needed, but we put in here 17%. I mean, I don't like locking my hands. We could always override that. Like you're saying, Mary, we can, but at the same time, we just told the grantees this, and they are expecting us to do whatever we put in here. So if we don't say it and we just say it will be evaluated based off of the needs of the veterans, based off of the geographical region, or based off of the scoring criteria of the advisory committee, or at the discretion of the commissioners, I know we want to give the advisory committee more rules, but there's also handcuffs to that for us, because what if we have the same situation we had this time, where they said, okay, I was told 44%, here's 44%. And then now it's left to us as the commission to adjust it based off of other reasons, because we just arbitrarily said the line is here. And then it comes to us, and then we have to spend a half a day trying to adjust those lines. Yes, Kirsten.
Well, I realize this also goes in conjunction with the priorities. I think it's in 6, I'm not exactly sure the section, but it's possible that this is written in a way that's either a range or percentage to guide the advisory committee. And it's tied to the needs assessment and then modified every 4 years, because the needs assessment comes, a new one is done every 4 years. And so it would be, I sat in the meeting, I see it being very helpful to have a guide in the percentages. I mean, we could potentially look at the needs assessment and between now and the next meeting, right? And see what percentages, right? Because the needs assessment is static. It's not changing right now.
Unfortunately, though,
It all depends on the marketplace. I mean, we can't
That's
sit here and say on our hands and say, okay, because we don't have a needs assessment that's been done by Texas A&M, that we can't make a move in a different direction. That to me is counterintuitive what we're supposed to be doing, being out in the community and being responsive to the needs. It's not just every 4 years. You don't tell me what's going on. If that makes sense. I mean, I'm not in any favor of saying, oh, you have to wait another 3 years before you can do anything.
and so the other point, and I get your point, and I actually made that when I first read this, is, hey, maybe we could do the percentages based off the needs assessment. But as rightfully pointed out to me, is every region of the state has different needs. And so while one region might need a lot of general assistance, another region might need another veteran mental health. And how do we do that? Now we have to calculate the number of veterans in each region and do a percentage and a weighted, that seems like a lot. And so that's why later on, when we get to that section, I recommended when the advisory committee looks at the tranches of grants, that they don't do it by program, but they do it by region. Because in that case, I'm going to look at Central Texas. In Central Texas, their needs assessment says these are their top 3 needs. I'm going to look at the grants that service Central Texas and pick the best grantees for that region. And that's my recommendation, by the way. And rather than just look at the entire general assistance category, the entire mental health category, arbitrary of geographical distribution. Because then I feel like we're not even paying attention to the needs assessment if we're not looking at each geographical region and their needs.
So let's take it out.
The percentages?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Statutory ones per statute.
Yeah.
I completely concur with what you're saying. I think it's important for us to pay more attention and for the recommendations from the committee to be based on more of the needs assessments in the different regions. To address your concern about, well, the grantees say, or the grant requesters say, well, this is what everything says. I think a lot of that will be covered. And I noticed, Irv, correct me if I'm wrong, you have expanded the maximum by category, excuse me, you've expanded by category the maximum amount of grants that will award. I noticed that there was a change in there as I was reading through everything. Certain categories are going to get more or less money. So I think as we are responsive to the grantee, we're the grantor. Sorry, I had to think about that. I haven't had enough coffee today. That's my excuse. I think they're going to be more driven by that micro number as opposed to we're dealing with a larger macro, the total budget. They're only going to be worried about their portion of the grant. And by letting them know up front, and quite frankly, as we saw in the May meeting, we had to make a lot of decisions and we were making them on the fly. And I think the changes, some of these changes will resolve that for you, that concern. But I completely agree. I've said it for a long time, but it is interesting statistically. You guys have already done the work. It does change year over year. So by making changes at the micro level, I think we can resolve some of those changes and get that out of the way. And just listing the minimum statutory numbers on the RFA kind of gets us out of trouble. Because I absolutely agree. We have to have the discretion to look at something. And as Commissioner Barber was saying, we're 2 years into a 4-year recommendation cycle and we're seeing a need. We need to have the flexibility to address it obviously within our limits. So thank you.
Okay, so am I hearing general consensus and Commissioner Hernandez, I'd like to get your thoughts on it if you have any additional thoughts, to get rid of the percentages but keep the minimums and then really give solid guidance in the scoring section to the advisory committee? Are we aligned with that?
To giving the statutory minimums that they have to meet, and
Yes.
then giving more guidance on the rest in the section. Yes,
Okay, yes, that's what I was trying to say.
Yes.
Are we aligned? Any other concerns with that?
In order to get more inclusive on geographical regions, I would recommend that the FBA program go out to the rural areas and encourage more nonprofit governmental agencies to apply for these grants to be able to have some balance. Otherwise, if they're not out there applying, we're not going to be able to fund, say, a need in a certain region. So that would be my recommendation on it.
Commissioner Hernandez, that we have embarked in that journey, and we feel this last application cycle did bring a lot of new applicants. Our communications coordinator has been going to a lot of state association meetings for the counties and the judges and addressing those needs to get them to apply.
And I like what you were thinking in that, because sometimes we tend to lean more towards grantees, or we have in the past grantees that we have a long historical partnership with that have been providing long service. But if we have a gap in regions, maybe giving a new grantee an opportunity in a region where they need it the most is probably better than funding something that has maybe oversaturated in a different area.
I believe that when you're talking about percentages, that would try to fix the imbalance that we have in the rural areas, particularly.
Okay, so I think our general guidance to staff is to kind of rework 4.2.
Yes, ma'am.
Get rid of the percentages, but kind of rework some of the wording and keep the minimums.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But we'll put a pin in that because there'll be more discussion later on when we get to a different section about what we give the guidance. Okay. Where are we at? 4.3?
Madam Chair, we're at 4.4.
Okay.
4.4, application period. Defined and added application period dates are posted in section 7, key dates of this RFA. Section 4.5, eligible applicants who can apply for grants. Number 4, added, IRS code 501c3 nonprofit organizations must be in existence longer than 2 years from the effective date of exemption on the IRS determination letter. Sections 4.6, not eligible to apply, who cannot apply for a grant. Number 6, added, IRS code 501c3 nonprofit organizations in existence less than 2 years from an effective date of exemption on the IRS determination letter. Removed reference to grant renewals and organizations with TVC contracts.
Okay, can you hold on 1 second?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I just want to what Irv just brought up was that organizations have to be in existence for 2 years
Correct.
in order to be eligible to apply. So that's something new that we have. So why, Irv, why did you make that recommendation?
Commissioners, we made that recommendation because we've had a lot of organizations that are brand new, have zero to no knowledge of operating as a nonprofit. And some letters are weeks to months old that they've just become a nonprofit.
Okay, I think that's a good recommendation. Thank you for highlighting that, Tom. And then is this also the part where you have the application period? We used to have a grace period in there and we removed the grace period. The application period just ends at 5 p.m. on that date. There is no 5-day grace period or anything like that. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am. I believe I also addressed that.
Somewhere else, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Eligibility, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Are we expecting everyone that has a current grant to reapply?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because we're not going to renew them.
That is the goal, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, he could be recognized, Tom.
So we talked about this yesterday in a staff meeting. So the current grantees that were just awarded grants under the RFA, the previous RFA, which would have been a 25-26 fiscal year. There is a renewal provision in there, but it's the sole discretion of the commission. So therefore, the commissioners do not have to renew them. We just have to notify those grantees. If the commission makes that decision, say in August, then it would notify the grantees who just awarded those grants that we will not renew them and they must reapply, because this 2027 RFA is being approved by the commission in August, and that'll go out. That'll be put on the street, I think, October to December. So then the current organizations will need to apply during that time frame. And so they'll need to know that they're not going to be renewed. So the commissioners can make that decision in August. I just wanted to clarify that.
And so that means they'll have to continue reporting their monthly reports, but the renewal criteria won't be applied to them. They would be looked at in the grant cycle based off of the needs of whatever the guidance we give to the advisory committee.
Madam Chair, if they were newly awarded last year, they're not going to be renewed, so they have to apply. Last year's application grant is not being looked at. They have to completely reapply if they want to continue funding for fiscal year 27.
Okay.
I had a quick question on this before we move on.
Yes, let's,
So in the old version, that's the language that was referenced regarding the same or similar service was ineligible, as well as they have to clearly and sufficiently differentiate in their application any TVC contracted services. And those came out, are they put somewhere else?
No, ma'am. We discussed it with the executives, and currently TVC does not have any contracts, so we felt that we needed to take it out.
Okay, and then we're taking out the same or similar services are ineligible as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did we do that?
we're in, what section are we in? 4.6?
4.6, and I'm going back and forth between the
Yeah,
edited and
me too.
non-edited.
And so there was a number, the old number 6, old number 7,
Number 7.
and old number 6.
Yes.
Stand by.
Madam Chair.
Well, we'll get the answer
Can
on
you
this
refer
first.
to a page number?
Oh, yes. So we're on page 9 in section 4.6, but you won't see it in the one you have because it was removed. So I'm looking at the edited version online that showed there used to be,
On page 12 of the edited.
yes, on page 12 of the edited, there used to be 2 paragraphs that are no longer there. And Commissioner Dale is asking about why.
Or if it's put somewhere else.
So you'll know it's put somewhere else if it was highlighted green.
Okay, got it.
And if it's just not,
I love color coding.
yes, I know.
Right, and that one's not. Okay.
No, it's not. So I don't remember what the blue highlighted meant.
Blue's deleted.
Blue's deleted. And what's the highlight? What's the deleted without the blue or green?
Commissioner, can you please restate that? Which section?
We're on, if you go to the redlined version,
Yes, ma'am.
page 12 at the very top, paragraph 6 and 7. They were deleted before you added the IRS code information at the bottom.
Yes, ma'am. Number 6 dealt with the renewal process. And number 7 is the contracts and agreements with TVC. Again, that was discussion with the executives, and we determined that we do not have any contracts or agreements, so we removed that.
Yeah, but we might.
Not before the RFA goes out, though.
So we'll have to come back and change it if we do.
Well, I'm not aware of any proposed contracts coming before this commission in the next year that
Yeah.
would apply to this. Okay, any other questions on that?
Nope.
Okay. Are we good to move on to 4.9, I guess 4.7?
Yes, ma'am. 4.7. 4.7, online grant applications, redefine that, provided better information on how to log in and what was the requirements for organizations to create a login and submit their application. 4.8, request fundings amount per organizations. A new addition, limits request amount based on reported gross receipts and net assets to the IRS. The goal here, commissioners, was we had organizations reporting on a postcard. Thus, they operated less than $50,000, requesting up to $500,000. And that was the goal here, is to keep organizations within their capabilities of their assets in their financial standing.
How do we handle government organizations in this category?
Ma'am, we do not check their
Okay,
financials.
okay. So this would just be for your nonprofits.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
And do the government agencies
I have
know
a
that?
question.
Moving to page 10.
Okay, hold on. We have
Oh.
a question. Go ahead,
I
Commissioner
have a
Dale.
question.
Sorry, go ahead. Who do you want to go with?
Commissioner Hernandez, go first.
You mentioned postcards. Isn't that inadequate? Maybe you can key in your productivity or report online, real time, or is that postcard something that the grantee doesn't have access to a computer?
No, Commissioner, we're talking about the 990N, the postcard where they report to the IRS how much their organization's operating cost.
Okay, I understand.
No, I see it.
Commissioner Dale?
I don't have a question. I see it. It's units of local government are exempt. I see the language.
All right, page 10, Commissioners, 4.9, minimum funding limits, new addition, limits request amounts to a minimum of $25,000. Table 4,
That used to be 5, right?
incorrect, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, correct. It was $5,000.
Yeah.
Yes,
So we increased it from 5 to 25.
that is correct.
Any concerns about that? I don't. Okay.
4.10, funding amounts per grant program, change increments from 5,000 to 1,000. Table 4.10, funding amounts per grant program, SEC maximums per grant program are by statewide for general assistance, previously 400,000 for general assistance, local, county, or regional, VTCs, county level VCSOs. Previous max was 600,000 for general assistance statewide, Housing for Texas Heroes, Veterans Mental Health, and VTC's regional courts.
Okay, I think you said 1,000 for 4.10, but I see that's 100.
Yeah, that was changed from the one that you have.
Okay.
It was a typo.
Yes, ma'am, it was a typo.
Yeah.
There's
Hold
there's
on
a-
one second. Commissioner Wright?
Two quick questions. First one, general assistance, local, county, and regional. Would you define regional versus statewide?
Commissioner, regional was more than one county. We do not define regional.
Okay.
It's just more
It's
than one.
so it's the federal requirement. This was an issue before. I was just curious about it. Then I'm going to come down to the last one is County Veteran Service Office for GA, more for Housing for Texas Heroes. Housing for Texas Heroes has a $500,000 maximum, but under the Veteran Service Officer Program, it's limited to $3,000. The logic there.
Commissioner, the logic was trying to keep the funding spread out more to more organizations.
Just curious. Thanks.
So, yeah, it is a little inconsistent. Do we have a problem with VCSOs being up to 500,000 for the housing? So the Veteran County Service Officers, they can apply for all 3 of those type of grants,
That is correct, ma'am. And we've had some,
and they have in the past.
yes, ma'am.
And so they would all be individual grants, but they would be looked at under this category, be funded under this category
Correct, ma'am.
because we have a minimum or whatever percentage.
Yeah, yes, they would be reviewed per the grant program they applied, but they would be reviewed amongst other county offices or VCSO offices.
Or by geographical region if we do that
Yes,
going
ma'am.
forward. Okay, and so I get your point is you're saying that any other organization can get $500,000 for Housing for Texas Heroes or $400,000 for veteran mental health, but VCSOs are limited to 300.
Correct, ma'am. And the reasoning behind that is they could have a total, if they apply and are awarded, they could have $900,000 of grants.
So what, Madam?
Yes.
So what you're saying, they can interact the funding from one category to the other?
No, that
No,
what
no.
we're saying is VCSO can apply for all three of those grants and can potentially have up to $900,000, but they would have to use the money for each of their grants for the category that they applied for.
Okay.
They can't move money between them.
That is correct.
Okay.
And just a point of order. Actually, VSO has now got the ability to do $1.2 million in total grants because they can do 300,000 in their own category, hypothetically.
Well, that's what general assistance is.
No, the county veteran service officers have their own grant tranche.
That's what this is. It's under this
Mhm.
one.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
Do you remember what our average amount was that we were given to VCSOs?
No, ma'am. Stand by.
Because I want to say, I don't think all the VCSOs applied for
Oh, no.
grants outside. And so I don't want to tie their hands.
We're doing the quick math, ma'am.
Okay. While we wait for that, Kirsten?
Yeah, to Commissioner Wright's point, would it clarify to define regional in that 4.10 instruction? I think Irv said regional is more than one county.
And
Where is
from another conversation that we had, we are limited by federal guidelines on that. And they literally, it's 2 counties or more.
My question is, where is regional defined in our RFA? It is not.
Sorry,
I
it is
feel
not.
like we must tell them what we're using
Right.
as our definition.
Right.
Good point. I don't care where we put it.
Yes,
Put
ma'am.
it somewhere. But that brings up the point I was going to make. And so statewide, I have a problem with statewide in general because people declare themselves statewide without proof that they actually support people statewide. They just claim they could. But we've never gone back and checked, do 90% of their people in the county where they happen to be, but if somebody happened to apply from a different part of the state, they would accept it. And so I may be up to removing the statewide from here. And because we're doing geographical, because if we do geographical region, I care more about the service they provide to that geographical region and proof that they provide it to that geographical region rather than, because I can claim I'm a statewide organization if I have a website that allows people from anywhere in the state to apply. But it doesn't mean I actually have had any clients outside of my own county. But they can have more money. So it's a loophole. So I would rather, and maybe to address your point, is maybe up the amount for regional and just get rid of the term statewide.
Madam Chair, so an organization currently in the application, and this is where I will ask for some guidance here. So currently the organization, when they apply, they can say if they're statewide or not. However, they're still able to select all 254 counties and not be statewide. So I'm
So
almost
what
recommending
is-
that the commissioners set a number of counties. I get it. Some organizations do have the capability of expanding their reach while others have a very limited. But I do agree with you, ma'am. If somebody comes in from, I'm serving Central Texas and somebody from the Panhandle needs help, we would allow them to help them as long as they're able to provide that help.
That's right. But what validations do we do? If someone says, I'm a statewide organization, do we just, how do we validate that?
Madam Chair, but just from asking in the applications for them, and really we focus on the marketing and outreach aspect, and how do they market and outreach the area they plan to serve. Aside from that, ma'am, we don't have any other way to determine that.
Well, other than them providing to you the number of clients they've serviced in other counties besides their own, which we've never asked for, right?
We do ask for the county and zip code, ma'am, so we can look that data up, but we've never truly tracked it as far as one of the metrics we provide.
So if we have a applicant that has prior service with us, we have data that we can look at to see which clients they've provided in the past in different counties.
That is correct.
Okay, through their monthly reporting. However, if they're a new organization, new as in at least 2 years old, but a new applicant, they can claim statewide, but we have no data to validate that, other than they have a website that someone anywhere in the state could read.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, maybe we can have a report, you have to attach that names and zip codes of those clientele that have been supported in the past 2 year past year or whatever,
That's right.
something like that. They just
Madam
attach the
Chair.
proof.
Rather than identify statewide as counties in different regions, just to identify region rather than particular counties. So they would be able to say if they have a satellite office in statewide, in other words.
Commissioner, Commissioner Hernandez, you're correct. I mean, it's an organization says, many organizations on their website state what their service area is. They list their counties or their geographical name of their region and list their counties. So that's very helpful when we looked at it. And I'm not sure how much the advisory committee members looked at it, but I don't recall anybody saying that they're statewide.
Yeah, and so when we get to this point, when we go to the scoring section, one of my recommendations for changes for the scoring was they get points for proof of service in the counties that they have claimed. And I requested that maybe we have a question that says, are you willing to accept statewide clients? And that would give them points, because that to me is beneficial. Even if they're applying to one county, we could say, hey, they're willing to accept things, but I want to pick one that predominantly supplies the service for the county that needs it or the region that needs it. I would rather have that be a higher score for the application than them being able to get more money. So I guess my question is, we give the ability for organizations to request more money essentially because we think they're providing services all over the state. But they don't necessarily have to meet that requirement to get that money. They just have to say that they would be willing to do that.
Correct.
Okay. So let me go ahead.
There we go. Three real quick examples. And one of the things COVID changed is we started using things like telehealth and telemedicine. And know there's a couple that have done that and have done that statewide and have been set up to do that. Another was the legal services for our veterans. I know there was one or two recently. Sorry, I can't remember exactly if it was one or two. But again, they were providing that service. Even one of them was based out of Houston, I believe, but they were providing it all over the state. The third one, which is really valuable, which goes to Commissioner Hernandez's point, is we have a very robust veteran treatment court system in the state. Judge Roach up in Collin County has created the Valor court system, where he is actually taking people full time into the Valor jail from around the state. And this is mostly the rural counties. A lot of the bigger counties all tend to have their own veteran treatment court programs and their own programs to deal with people. but the rural counties don't, and it's been a very strong way. And I believe the last time the question came up, he was serving 18 different counties that were in fact spread out all over the state. As more veteran treatment court programs come into existence in Texas, he might have fewer counties, but he's got 254 to pick from. So there is a value, and I think it needs to be a measure. If you say you're statewide, can you back it up? And for somebody brand new, obviously they really can't. But I think there's certain mechanisms. Do they have the ability to take people in, for example, and I keep coming back to telemental health, that I know a friend of mine's firm is working on, although they're doing it on a for-profit basis. They're doing it for veterans for free, but they're a for-profit organization. I think there is that ability to look at it and say, well, yeah, sure, they can set this up on a website. But I think it's a really valid point, and I never thought about, are we checking the results? We'll make Joanne in charge of that.
Yeah. So I have a generic question. Is there a reason why we set a maximum funding limit per grant program and not just a maximum funding limit for grants in general? Like, why? Why do we say you could only ask for $400,000 in veteran mental health versus $500,000 for general assistance? Is there a legitimate reason we do that, or can we just say the maximum grant you could ask for is 500,000, and then the advisory committee and we decide whether you should get that or not? And we're already putting requirements on, you can't ask for more than so much of your IRS reporting, and we're putting other requirements on, which you'll read coming up here in a few pages, where if they have unallowable expenses, staff's already allowed to reduce their application amount by how much was unallowable. So why arbitrarily decide max funding limits by categories?
Ma'am, historically, that's always been there, so I have no idea why the case was there. And
Okay.
the reason I changed the numbers again is to cast a wider net. And that's the reason these numbers have changed. But
Okay.
So, I've been here since 2010, and this is when we started the grant program, was that year. 2009, it was approved by the legislature. In 2010, we had $1 million. And that $1 million was for the first couple of years. And then we slowly grew to 2 or 3 million, then 5 million. And it wasn't until maybe the last 7 or 8 years, maybe, that it grew past 10 million. And then it went to 20 and now 30. So, but that's been very, in the last 5 years. So originally, there was limits on applicants, how much applicants could apply for in order to distribute the money more evenly so that a few organizations didn't get the whole pot. And I think that was the original intent of that. And it fluctuated over the years. And we also were at that time trying to fully fund their request. So now we can go back to them, and if they apply for a large amount, we award a lower amount, and then we can go back to the notice of grant award and negotiate with them. But prior, we didn't do that. We just, if they are asked for 100, we either didn't award them 100 or we did award them 100. So that was the original intent. Now there is more funding out there than there was, and so you could make one limit for all categories for all grant programs. They make it a little more simpler.
Yeah. What do we think about that, commissioners?
I
Do we
believe
need to
that-
arbitrarily set limits per categories, or do we just want to set one max funding limit for all grants, regardless of category?
Madam Chair,
Hold on, Commissioner Hernandez.
Madam Chair, I believe that definition that Director provided, that be able to limit the funding for a certain grantee to be able to spread out the funding is adequate, that we should still keep with that method of doing.
I agree with that. But we could do that without setting it per region, I mean, per category. So by setting a max amount, we're essentially doing that, right? By saying no grantee can get a grant more than X amount of money. It doesn't matter what category they're in. It's already guaranteeing that one grantee won't get $10 million, for, you know? What I'm saying is, do we need to have different limits for different grant programs just because? Or do we just say, doesn't matter what grant you're applying for, the max you can apply for is 400,000 or 450 or 500 or whatever we decided to be based off of how much money we think we're going to get and based off of how many grantees we get. So I'm posing this question because I'm trying to simplify this process. And anytime we put arbitrary limits for grant programs, it makes it more complicated for both staff and for the advisory committee. And I don't know why mental health is 100 less than Housing for Texas Heroes, or why I don't know if there's a real reason other than it just was like that before. Okay, go ahead.
To the example you gave, mental health versus Housing for Heroes, I would assume that's because Housing for Heroes is just so darn expensive. But to the larger point, which is the point that Director Palladino just made, since we have eliminated the requirement to fully fund grants, that gives the commission a lot more latitude to look at a specific grant request and say, yeah, I know everybody can apply for the maximum of 500,000, but you're only going to get 250. I can think of one, no names will be mentioned, who consistently for years did not spend half of what they were allocated. And it was just frustrating because back when I was a community member, my hands were tied. Direction was fully fund. We would vote to approve. I was really glad when that changed. So there are going to be situations like that, but I think to your idea, by giving us a little bit more control as commissioners, as we try to be masters of the universe. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. But no, to do that fairness as we look more and more deeper into the grants, because we are getting, not only do we have a lot more money, we are getting significantly more grant requests. So the idea of simplifying even one part of the process and putting the onus more on us and on the committee. And honestly, I don't really care one way or the other. I think both make sense, but I think just doing one limit makes more sense.
Yes, one second, Kirsten. Commissioner Barber or Dale or anyone have any thoughts on, obviously, I think we all agree there should be a limit. Do we need to do it by category? And what is the appropriate limits? And
I don't have any opposition against taking it out by category.
I don't mind just having just one, but I want to hear what legal has to say on this issue.
good, thank you. I was going to call her next. Okay.
I wonder if the FEA team could provide some guidance on this, because I've been reviewing the grants, and certain grants, the costs are very different, right? In mental health, there's a lot of salaries that are 80 to 100, I don't know, ranging 50 to $100,000 in a salary. The Housing for Texas Heroes, it's up to $35,000 per grantee. I've looked at, the veteran treatment courts, they have different costs with the devices and the, substance abuse detection salaries. So I think some of that could have been driven by that, the types of costs that they have, but not advocating for anything, just saying maybe if that were something we wanted to keep, that they might shed light on numbers or anything like that.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a legal restriction. I'm fine with one number.
Okay. I don't think there's a legal restriction.
So ma'am, if I hear the commissioners correctly, 410 would change to maximum funding limit for all grant programs, and we would set that limit at X number.
That's right. Doesn't matter if you're local, county, regional, statewide. It's a matter of what you're doing and if you can provide that service and if we can validate that you can expend that properly with allowable expenses.
And did we ever get the answer to the, how much is the VCSOs?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm sorry. So since 2018 that we have the data, we've had 89 VSO grantees for 18 million, which equals to the average of $212,000.
I'm thinking somewhere 400 to 500. I mean, we can always cut it.
Yeah. Do we think, what do we think is the max amount we want to give? Because one, the purpose of a max amount, as Tom has mentioned, was to make sure that the money gets spread among multiple organizations, not just all to one or two.
Madam Chair, if I may, again, to cast the net wider, I recommend that the maximum be 400,000.
Okay. Thank you for your recommendation.
I do have a comment.
Okay.
I think that's reasonable, except I do have the concern of the housing for Texas Heroes, because their costs, if you look at those grants, those costs are getting more expensive per project, as Kirsten just said, 35,000, per project. So, I mean, yes, I do agree. It could be a standard across the board for all the grantees, but I don't want to hinder an organization that is doing a great job modifying homes for veterans, and I think that some of them are using the entire 500,000 that they've been getting. I don't know if Irv can address that.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's a combination thereof. I mean, some organizations do use all funding goes directly towards the service. Others have salaries and other costs involved in that.
I guess I'm particularly interested in the housing for Texas Heroes. Have they been using those grantees? Have they been using up most of their money?
Well, overall expenditure, yes, sir. But as far as how costs are associated,
Yeah, that's less important. So if we cut the limit to 400,000, that could limit housing for Texas Heroes because they've been spending, if they had a 500,000 grant, up to 500,000.
Madam
the
Chair,
question.
yes, but that would roughly equal three projects. I understand we're trying to serve veterans, but that's the impact it would have on an applicant.
But they would have the ability to come back and ask for an amendment for more money if need be, if they're in that situation once they spend 75% of their amount.
That's correct, ma'am.
So it would allow us to spread money out across different organizations, and the handful of organizations that are performing or overperforming and can do more, they could always come back for an amendment.
That is correct.
Commissioners, thoughts on max number?
Sounds good.
400,000? 400 or 500? Do I hear 450? Okay, let's stick with the staff recommendation of 400,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll obviously going to vote and discuss again in August, but we'll just have this as the starting point, and then we could talk again in August if we have any other thoughts between now and then. Yes,
So
one
then,
comment.
if that's the case, then we wouldn't need to have like general assistance statewide. It would just
Nope.
be, we just pull out that whole table and just say that the limit for any of all the grant programs is 400,000.
That is correct, sir. My goal
you
is
can
to
leave it
remove that.
in. It's just not counted.
Yes, sir. My goal is I'm taking that table out and changing paragraph 10 to maximum funding limit per grant program.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that helps, Kevin, because if we don't have to designate local, county, regional, or statewide, then we don't have to define local, county, regional, or statewide, or confirm
Yeah.
that they're county or regional or statewide.
Fair enough. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, I think this is a good time for a break.
Bingo.
We've been going pretty solid here for about 2 hours. I could use a break, maybe 15 minutes, and then we can come back right after that in the 4:11. So with that, we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll reconvene at 11:25. Okay, we are reconvening at 11:26. Almost did it exactly on time this time. Okay. I think we're ready to continue. So we left off at we're just for the record, we're still on agenda item 3A. We're looking at the RFA. We are in section 411, matching funds.
Yes, ma'am. No change to 411. Moving on to 413 application package. Change 3 attachments to 6 attachments, added 4 bullets. Number 4, organizations headquartered outside of Texas, a copy of certificate of registration issued by the Texas Secretary of State, Office authorizing business in Texas. Number 5, compiled financial statement review and attested by an independent certified public accountant or certified public accounting firm illustrating the organization's liquidity or cash on hand. Number 6, the latest tax year's IRS forms 990N, 990EZ, or 990. Number 7, units of local government are exempt from submitting financial documents. Any questions?
And Irv, that's in replace of, I could see in the original RFA, we had a section 4.14 financial documentation. So this is kind of, most of the stuff that was in there is covered here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions on 413? Okay, moving on.
All right, page 11, ma'am. Section 5, application eligibility, changed from application eligibility and review. Section 5.1, application eligibility, redefined application submission and package. Section 5.2, application eligibility, application submission and package. New addition states all attachments must be present in the submitted application deadline. That is where we gave them the 5 days, 5-day grace period, ma'am.
So we don't have the grace period anymore.
That is correct, ma'am. Section 5.3, application eligibility exclusions, new addition, states applicant organizations cannot be ineligible from receiving federal funding. We use the federal website, sam.gov, to make sure that organizations are eligible to receive federal funding.
Is this something you checked in the past? We just didn't have written, or?
We've checked it in the past, yes, ma'am, but not written.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah, moving on.
Section 5.4, application eligibility, unallowable expenses, change unallowable budget expenses from equaling 20 to 40% to between 0.01 and 25%. 5.5, application eligibility, financial stability, new addition, states organizations must illustrate liquidity to cover 2 months of expenses. Table 5.5 added illustrates the liquidity calculation. 5.6, application eligibility, proposed project, new addition, states applications must conduct services listed in the RFA. Section 5.7, which is on page 12, application eligibility, requested funding, new addition, states applicants cannot request funds over 2 times the gross receipts and net assets reported to the IRS. Continuing on page 12, section 5.8, application eligibility, service dog program, new addition, state service dogs applications will be screened for ADI accreditation. Section 5.9.
And that was in the law and came up this past year, right?
That is correct, ma'am. Sections 5.9, application eligibility, risk determination, changed from risk determination, redefined, and added table 5, added list of possible risk. Sections 5.10, ineligible application.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let's go back to 5.9, number 1 on the risk assessment. Same employees are listed on multiple grants. Both grant applications will be flagged. When you, I mean, there's only one person that's the CEO of an organization. There's only one person that's a controller, et cetera. When you say flagged, I mean, that's in quotation marks. I don't like when we're putting out, guidance that words with quotation marks or what it, I mean, either when you say flagged for further review, I don't understand that.
Commissioner, a correction on that. It should say the same budgeted employees. We have organizations that apply for two separate grants and they have the same employee conducting the same task for both grants. And that's a key thing that could create some problems, especially as the grant progresses, if awarded. Flagged is, and that's really what flag means is the staff needs to be identified when if both are awarded, that we need to make sure that we're tracking that the same employees working on two separate grants, and we need to verify they're not getting 100% from both grants.
So that's a good question, Kevin. I think for risk 1, right now, I think what the best way to put this is the same budget employees are listed on multiple grants, and then say both grants this risk will apply to both grants.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we're not talking about staff at this point. We're just talking about where does the risk apply?
Yes, ma'am.
And also, I'd like to add in the term flagged. I think that was a term that a few years ago, when we did the risk determination, we would flag the applications. So that's where the term flag came from. We would do a red flag. So when the applications moved forward to the advisory committee, there was a flag. There was a risk. There was a risk to them. And then, of course, if the advisory committee sent it to the commissioners, it was a risk. So I think is that what we're talking about? Or
Yes, sir. That's old terminology, and I did not remove it. I copied this from an old document. But yes, sir. It really means it's not a flag, but a flag was just a term used to identify that an organization has a risk.
So when the application goes to the advisory committee, if some of these are identified, so there's going to be a place there's going to be some sort of document that we send to the advisory committee with these risk factors for that organization if they apply. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
If they met the eligibility requirements. And so this was the feedback I had, was if you guys jump ahead to paragraph 510 in eligible applications, and we'll come back to this in a second. As I was doing this, I said, well, how many risks can an applicant have and still be eligible? And that's not till the very end. So 511 basically restates all the paragraphs we just went through and then adds at the very bottom, an application has 4 or more risks identified to section 510. So my suggestion to staff was to take paragraph 511, move it to the top, and instead of restating all of the paragraphs that we just did, just say, must meet the requirements of section 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, and then no more than 4 risks in 5.9. And move that up, because it looks like we kind of restated all the requirements again in 511 instead of just referring to the paragraphs above. So that was my recommendation, because I had the same question, Kevin, is how many risks can you have on this and still be eligible? And we do have that stated. An application is ineligible if it has 4 or more risks identified in section 510. I want all of that up at the front.
Yes, ma'am.
So that when we start, your application is ineligible if you don't meet the following requirements and or 5 or more risks identified in this section. So
and maybe change the verbiage to both of the grant applications will be identified as a risk factor. However, I take quotation marks and flagged out of it so that you can determine it's a risk. So if that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Understand.
Okay, thank you.
And so as we read table 5.9, which we can come back to now, or 5.10, what is it? Yeah, 510. As we read paragraph 510 or 5.9, think about if these are the appropriate risks and if an applicant met 4 of them, if that's the right criteria. If 4 is the right number, or if there's some other right number. Because if it's 3 and it meets all the other financial criteria, it'll go on to the advisory committee. And if it meets 4 or more, it stops and won't even go to the advisory committee. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. Continue. We can go to risk 2.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Let's talk through the table because these are all new and they weren't in the previous RFA.
Yes, ma'am. Just going down these are risk determinations. Again, these were from previous RFAs. Again, the organization outside of Texas, the key thing here is doesn't have oversight of or the availability to receive assistance in person. So there are some organizations understand that the internet is out there but really it's just a risk and how effective somebody that's not within the state to provide the service. Number 3 is, again, is some of these items, we're trying to control these within the application, but some of these items that an organization might budget for have no apparent relationship to the grant project. So if they want to do financial assistance, some organizations at times, they're able to write in narratives and they might budget for other stuff within a budgeted item. So it becomes a risk. One of the other key things here, number 4, grant funds not used for 75% of the direct client services. So that's a risk. They have too much admin or facilities cost overall as compared to how much is going to direct client services. Number 5, an organization has unresolved financial or procedural findings from the FBI compliance visit within the last 2 years. Granted, that might be difficult to have across the board just because of the availability of staff being able to conduct a compliance visit. Number 6, organizations, and I'm open to this, ma'am. This again is from priors. In previous years, organizations did receive payment from the insurance companies along with grant funding. We've stated thus far that an organization should not charge. We are paying the veteran/client's cost for any service provided. And this is rarely predominant in the VMH world. Number 7.
In the what world? In the what world? I'm
the
sorry.
VMA, in the clinical counseling.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, if it doesn't cover the whole thing though, right?
Sir, we're paying for the whole thing. We've told organizations that the grant is paying for the entire service for that veteran. If he gets clinical
Fair enough.
counsel for an
Fair
hour.
enough.
Yes, sir. Number 7, some clients clients required to pay a portion of the service. In previous years, we've had organizations that are paying partial. A client walks in, veteran walks in, says they need help with their electric bill, and the bill is for $200 or even less, and the organization only pays a portion. They state they're trying to get the client veteran for buy-in. So we've told them, no, we're paying for the whole portion of the service. Number 10, organizations based out of home, which we allow, but we feel that for walk-in services, it's quite risky for clientele to go to somebody's home to receive services. That's it could be risky. Number 11, again, back to the budget, how it's written, the narrative piece. Sometimes an organization writes a narrative about their budget of what they want to budget and or serve, and it could get quite lengthy in the narrative, so it's quite difficult to determine what exactly they're trying to provide. Number 12, organizations has employees that are both not only employees, but could be or have been board members that are, again, employees. So it's combination of employees either is working both as a paid employee and also on a board. And number 13 is organizations have applied for services which they have no experience in providing. Again, a check, looking at their website, they're strictly predominantly financial assistance, and all of a sudden they want to go to VMH. Not saying they can't do it, but that is a risk. Organizations, number 12, organizations have sufficient significant deficiencies or material weaknesses identified in the federal audit that we locate in the Federal Audit Clearinghouse website.
Let's go back to 7 because I'm trying to get my head around that. So
Yes, sir.
if you know, I don't have any problem with an organization making the veteran. I mean, if pay a portion of it. I mean, what are we saying here? I mean, if we've got to pay $200, they're like, I'm just, you know, we're just getting into so much of the handout type thing that, you know, we have to have accountability on the veteran side of things. So I mean, tell me a situation. So you're saying that an organization says a veteran walks in and needs $200 for their power bill, and they're saying, okay, you come up with 50, we'll come up with 150. What's wrong with that?
So my understanding of the grant program was to pay for the entire service for the veteran.
I think we don't want to encourage, we want to encourage no cost. So what if I go in and say, I need resume help? I know we don't do that one, but let's just say I need resume help, and they'll say, well, I'm going to charge you $100, and then they get reimbursed $100 from the TVC. I'd rather have it be no cost.
No, I get that. I was talking specifically about his scenario of a power bill or rent. I mean, you know, we're just creating this. I'll just go get it, you know, 100% because I just don't want to pay my rent this month. So they're two very, very different scenarios. But I'll defer to you on that, Irv. But I have no problem with pushing that veteran to you know, seek other ways, employment wise or whatever. So, but I'll defer. I'll get off my soapbox. Go ahead. 5.10.
Well, historically, just saying from the beginning, historically the guidance
I know.
always
Yeah.
was of no cost.
Yeah. Believe me, I paid a lot of power bills in my day for veterans.
So I guess general question for the commissioners, is there anything in the risk list that you think in of itself should be an ineligibility requirement? Because we're allowing them to have up to 4 of these risks and still be eligible for a grant. Is there anything in here that's just a complete no-go and shouldn't just be a risk, but should be something that we just don't want to make eligible? I don't think so, but I just wanted to make sure we realize.
I think we need to know if there's 3 of them or there's 2 of them or there's 1 of them. I think we need to know that.
Okay.
They'll identify that.
Yeah, that obviously, yeah, we'll identify the risks. Okay. 510, that's the paragraph that I thought should go to the front, and we shouldn't relist everything and just say this should, you know, in order to be eligible, you must meet all the following criteria and then no more than 4. So it just seems like it's duplicative.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Are we almost done? Now we're getting to the most important section 6, which is the scoring and the application review. Okay. Page 13, number 6.
Yes, ma'am. Page 13, section 6, application review and award process, change from award process. 6.1, application review, redefined. 6.2, commission's priorities for awarding applications, new addition, set priorities from the commission for the advisory committee.
Okay.
6,
Hold on.
yes, ma'am.
This is going to be a lot of discussion, so we can't go this fast here. Okay. Any questions on 6.1 or 6.2? I do have an addition to 6.1, but we'll talk about that in a second when we get to that section. Okay.
No.
Okay. 6.3, This is the one that I have comments on, but go ahead and let's read over what you have and then we'll.
Yes, ma'am. 6.3 geographic distribution is a new addition. Sets how advisory committee would distribute grant awards. And the goal here, ma'am, is the committee had asked what exactly does geographical distribution mean? So I try to put some definition to it by providing these lists.
Go ahead, Laura.
I have a problem with 3.
I have a problem with 1.
So actually I had a problem with this whole section, which is why I thought we'd just get rid of this section. And then in section 6.4, say the FVA Advisory Committee will evaluate by region. Because if you wait and you look at the scoring, they get points for being in the top need for their region. So
Yeah. That's I get, but at least 5 applications. So we have one that's unsat. How do you satisfy 5? I mean, if you have 4 that are sat, one's unsat, and that's it theoretically, then I mean, how do you satisfy that? So that's why I was just take it. I mean, I would recommend not putting that in there.
yeah, I actually don't want all of 6.3 at all.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So we're.
I mean, I
we're
want to
6.3.
distribute it geographically, but not by criteria. I want it just to be. I want
By
the,
modality.
yeah, the advisory committee to look at by region rather than. With that. Okay, so I think our direction is kind of remove 6.3 and then 6.4.
Yes, ma'am. 6.4 is the FVA Advisory Committee redefined, providing more clear guidance to what the committee will do, which is a big change from previous.
Yeah, so give us a moment to read.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my first thoughts are we have to remove the things about funding per program, funding limit per program, obviously. And recommend each application with funding as a region. And so I think we just have to kind of think, how do we rewrite this so that it's, if we all agree we want to do it by region rather than group, how we would do that. And I'm up for staff writing that up and figuring out how to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't want to have to write it here, but let's see what that would look like. But I agree with the whole scoring and doing all this stuff. The one part that I remember talking to you about, Irv, and I can't remember where that is and where it's in here. But I thought you and I had a conversation where you said, when we were talking about unallowable expenses. So say we have an applicant in that has less than 25% of unallowable expenses in their application. So they're eligible. But that 25% is some significant amount of money. I thought
It's previously, because it's back a few.
we didn't, okay, and maybe we didn't explicitly say this, but staff would reduce their application amount by the percentage unallocated before it goes to the advisory committee. Is that what I understood?
Yes, ma'am. That is
So
correct.
instead of waiting for the contract negotiation at the end to remove it, we'll do it up front,
5.4,
5.4.
go to 5.4.
The requested grant amount will be reduced by TVC Executive Director during the application eligibility screening if the application includes unallowable budget expenses between 0.01 to 25% total grant amount. So you're going to do that before it comes to the advisory committee. So say I come in and say I want $100,000 of a grant. Staff says, okay, 10,000 of that isn't unallowable. You're still eligible to move forward, but we're going to reduce your grant amount to 90,000 and then bring it to the advisory committee at 90,000.
That is correct, ma'am.
Got it. Okay. That's new-ish. Feels new.
Ma'am, the limit was set at 40% or 30, up to 40%. Anything over 40 in previous years was unallowable.
Oh, so we reduced it from 40 to 25.
Yes, ma'am.
Did we always reduce the application amount or no? That just kind of happened at the end.
It's a combination of, ma'am. But yes, to my recollection, ma'am, there was, nobody ever hit under 40%. It was small. It was, the percentage was so small, we allowed it to go forward. And then we told the organization they needed to move the money somewhere else.
Okay. How do we feel about that, commissioners, about them pre-reducing it before? I prefer that instead
I
of.
do too.
Okay. Okay, so taking that into account, by the time it gets to the advisory committee, the applicants are now considered eligible or not eligible. Things that are not eligible won't even go to the advisory committee. Correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And you guys are not scoring the applicants. You're just determining eligibility or non-eligibility. And you're going to send all the eligible to the advisory committee.
That is correct, ma'am, along with the risk.
And then with the risks,
Yes, ma'am.
with the risks that have been flagged and over to the advisory committee. The advisory committee will get that application, a bunch of documents that we'll look through here in a second, and your risks, and then they will score.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, are we good with that so far? Okay.
Yes.
Back to 6.2.
6.2, please.
I want to be clear so that we.
Can you speak up a little bit more, Tom?
I'm sorry. So I would just like the commissioners to just be clear in what you want the staff to revise in paragraph 6.1 and 6.2. And I thought you said 6.3, delete it. But I just want to make sure I understand what 6.1 and 6.2.
Oh, thank you very much, because this is important. So, in addition to the score, we're telling the advisory committee that these are things we would like them to prioritize on top of scoring. Is that what we're saying here?
On 6.1, ma'am?
6.2.
6.2. Yes, ma'am.
So I have
Yes.
two applicants that are the same score, 70. I'll just make a number. If one of those applicants meet one of these priorities, we want the advisory committee to give them precedent. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then we have to all agree on these, because I don't know if we do. And I'm glad you brought us back, Tom.
Unless you want to make sure that these are, I mean, like I think what you mentioned earlier was if these items are in the scoring matrix,
Then we shouldn't have it in
then
here.
you could delete 6.2 entirely.
That's right. So that's right, because our scoring matrix should reflect our priorities rather than
Yeah,
have
it should come
additional
out. Yeah.
priorities on top of the scoring matrix. So
Yeah.
are all of these reflected in the scoring criteria?
No, ma'am.
Okay, which ones are not?
Give me a second, ma'am.
Okay.
The first one is
The first one is,
number 1 and number 1.
Number 2 and number 3 are not.
okay,
Number 4 is not.
I'm not even sure I agree with number 4, but okay, let's move on.
Number 5 refers to 75%, but not 100.
Okay,
Same thing with number 6. And number 7 is in the matrix. Remember, we had, in our previous discussion, we talked about taking it out.
right, okay, so, yes, so
So where is number 5 and 6, or number 5 and 6 in the priorities? Which items are those in your scoring matrix?
Yes, sir. That is, again, it's number 2 under budget review, but that in there it's referring to 75%, not 100%.
okay.
What about the other one?
What about number 6?
The same thing.
What number?
I'm sorry, number 2 in the budget review, which is on page 16.
No, I'm talking about the VMH applications. So it's the same thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
100% of the funds are for counselors, only provide counseling. Yeah, but didn't we have earlier in eligibility, it was like, we talked about 75% of the funding for direct services. Didn't we have that in another chart somewhere? I thought I saw that. You were added that in somewhere. Is the 75% for direct services anywhere else in the application? Oh, I found it. It's under risk determination,
Yeah.
number 4. So it looks like 75%. The 75% of direct services is what is our goal versus 100%.
That's right.
Historically, sir, the commissioner and the committee is focused on 75%.
Can we put a pin in 6.2 for now? And let's look
Yeah.
at the scoring matrix. And if the scoring matrix meets all of our priorities, then we may be able to get rid of 6.2.
Yeah, and just one thing on 6.2, when we go back to talk about, I think there probably needs to be some guidance, if it's not somewhere else, that they've got to meet the statutory mandates first. Right, on those certain things.
What's that? Oh, as far as giving the funding
Right.
for statutory mandates. Yeah, that's going to be in 6.4.
Okay.
Right. It's under 6.4.
Uh,
They were just going to reword that.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
going to reword 6.4 to say because it used to say the amount of funding per each group, it would be meeting the statutory requirements. Okay, so
Also,
I don't know I don't even know what does 2 even mean? 6.22.
what it's saying is fund all the veteran county service offices. That's what it's saying.
and then number 3 is veteran treatment courts.
Yes. So what they're
Yeah.
saying is if you have a list of applications, give preference to government entities and veteran county service offices providing services over, say, private organizations. I think that's what that's saying.
Yeah, I guess the may exceed 5% minimum limit of total grant funding. So, okay. All right.
I'd just like to go back to one thing on 6.1, just to inform our Irv and the staff. So we said applications passing eligibility screening will be made available for the FAA Advisory Committee for reviewing scoring, right? And then it says the ones that don't pass eligibility, of course, they're not going to go. But I think that's the place you need to add in that in addition to the applications, you're going to give them the risk factors, right? So just to be clear, I think that's what we're going to give the advisory committee, right?
Yes. And also now you were just reminding me, Tom, that last sentence, those applicants not passing eligibility will be notified. That should be in the eligibility section so that I would move that from 6.1 to 5.1 and say, if you do not meet the eligibility requirements, you'll be notified by the TVC grant portal and it will be changed to ineligible. And doesn't need to be in this section, needs to be in the ineligibility section. And then I think you also said you also reach out to them by a letter. Also put that in there too,
Yes, ma'am.
because we've heard comments, I didn't know I was ineligible. And maybe who you send the letter to. We send a letter to the person who is marked as the point of contact in the portal, because we've heard where maybe the county judge didn't know they were ineligible, but the person who put the grant in the grant portal did. And so it's clear that who we're contacting, that they're ineligible.
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, if we can move that last sentence to the last section, because at that point, we're past the eligibility phase, we're just in the review phase. Okay, so 6.5 is all the information, the additional information that the staff is providing to the committee. So you like that?
No, because in 6.5 subparagraph 2, or you can't have 4 years of performance and expenditure data if your minimum requirement is 2 years in existence. And somebody comes to us to 2 years in one day, they're not going to have 4 years, correct? So that has to reflect the 2 years unless I'm missing something.
Or just do past 4 years of performance. If you only have two, you only have two.
Fair enough. If that's, I mean, if that's not, I mean, if, as long as it's not a requirement, I guess. Okay, that's fine.
Maybe
Thanks.
up to 4 years of performance, up to
Yeah.
4 years. So
Yes,
if we
ma'am.
have two, we have two. If we have three,
Yeah.
we have three, right?
Fair enough.
We don't have to give them 10 years.
If you only have two.
Yeah. And so maybe in parentheses, 2 years of monthly reporting history, if applicable. Because if they didn't have previous grants, they wouldn't have 2 years of monthly reporting history.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Then what's number three? Number three,
It's just a yes or no. Did they have a grant more than 4 years? Yes or no?
we're already going,
Well,
now we're going back.
okay.
Well, because you would have
Then that's going to be if you had
performance
one.
under our grant, you know?
Yeah, if they had one 2 years ago, we want to know that, right?
Organizations that had a grant more than 4 years ago. That's a good point. Why do we need that?
Need that because we're already getting 4 years of history.
Oh, I think what they're saying is if they had a grant 6 years ago, but haven't had one in the last 4 years, basically saying, have they ever had a grant with the TVC?
Correct, ma'am.
So 3 and 4 are very similar.
Yes, ma'am. Number two is about their performance and up to 4 years. But if they've had a grant, like you stated, ma'am, 6 years ago, the commissioner or the advisory committee would not know, and we're providing that, and we will provide the year.
Couldn't you combine 3 and 4 though? I mean, 3 and 4 are almost the same thing.
Yeah.
We could. I'm thinking how we would list that data.
You would just say number of years that this organization has had a TVC grant. And if it's blank, then it's not. And if there's years, there's years.
What's the purpose of number 3?
To know if they've ever had a grant with us before.
Why?
That was a question that was asked, ma'am, in the last commission meeting.
Okay.
Because it was organizations that did not have performance for 4 years, but they've had a grant, say 6, 8 years ago.
Some people
To me,
just
that
want to know
begs
it.
More questions. Okay. Well, why didn't they get a grant in the last 4 years? But
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think just to say this whole section is just guided by the principle of wanting to be good stewards of the funds. I think that the FVA was looking for, if I'm interpreting this correctly, please correct me, Irv, but it's just to have more data. And what is the data that you all want the committee to look at so that they can evaluate the type of organization, right? They have the nonprofit, they've been in 501c3 for 2 years. Which of these markers would help to be good stewards and helping them evaluate that in these organizations? Because they don't know, right? They don't know who they are maybe, or they haven't looked at their financial statements, although they might be, right? Am I wrong? Irv, do you have any?
No, you're correct.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And also the FVA staff is looking for direction on what information to provide to the committee and driven by us rather than requests made by the committee members that may or may not be information that is beneficial to their decision making.
And the same information will also go to the commissioners.
Yeah, and whatever's here, all this will also come to us. So ideally, this list would also match anything we would want to see because we don't want to take into account things that the committee didn't take into account, or else the applicants won't know what they're being graded on. So I think staff put this together based off of the requests we made of them during this last cycle on what we wanted to see when it came to us. And what we're saying is if it was important to us, it's important to the committee. So we should provide it to the committee so they could use it as part of their deliberations, not just to us.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, that is correct.
Thank you.
And yeah, and I do, and I see that. But I think some of the other things that the staff has done, like doing the risk factors and, looking at certain things and they're already ineligible. So things where we're trying to make decisions on, this person's never had a TBC grant and this person has, and we have some extra fund, they at least have a history. Do we give it to the one with the history? So I think those may have come out because we didn't have things narrowed down for us by the committee before.
Yeah.
And
agreed.
that's why we want that. We want them to do it for us, which is the purpose of the committee. So ideally, when we get the list from the committee, it meets all of our criteria, it's within our budget, and it meets all of the needs of the veterans in the perfect world. And we don't need to make any tweaks to it. There has been years where we just voted straight up everything the advisory committee recommended with no changes. And ideally, that's how it should be because they've taken into account everything we want in their working group, which is why we form a committee to begin with. Otherwise, we'll just do it ourselves.
That is correct, ma'am. That would be my goal for both the commission and the committee.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
we're talking about priority and looking at the applications and so forth. I haven't seen on the list, maybe someone be considered for region that is lacking services. Would that be considered later by the advisory committee, or can this be part of the priority list?
I'm not sure I understood the question, Commissioner.
Lack of services in certain regions. And it's not only priority the FBA advisory for them to consider services that are not served in certain regions.
Commissioner Hernandez, I know the committees will focus on the needs assessment, but our goal, and I haven't explained it yet, but our goal is for the staff to be there with the committee with our map and plotting where these organizations are located and where they're serving, so the committee can eventually see where services are lacking as they go through the process of making the recommendation list.
So that process of spotting the map and so forth would not be during the process of priority selection. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Commissioner, I believe the way I wrote it is the individual committee members go and do their individual tasks, but at the end they come together and as the entire committee, they will individually go by application and through region to make a recommendation list.
I think maybe this might be a good time to jump to the scoring matrix that we're giving to the advisory committee, because then they're going to give different points for different things. And so I think this is the most key. And then once we figure out what's in the scoring matrix, we should make sure we give them information to help them meet these scoring matrix. And so table 8, page 15, Commissioner Hernandez, the first one probably addresses your concern. So let's go through the scoring matrix. This will be applied by the advisory committee to each application. Is it going to be done each individual commissioner's going to, or committee member, or is it going to be done as a committee?
No, ma'am, each application will be done by a committee member. So
Oh, you're just breaking up the workload.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So say we have 100 applications, you'll give 20 to each of the advisory committee members or whatever, and they'll apply this scoring matrix to it.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not really, there's not much judgment in it. It's really just a yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But as a unit, as a committee, they must come together and vote on it. So eventually, I, as a committee member, will grade it, but yet I'm responsible to read the rest of them. So when we come together, I know
They
which ones.
agree.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So like if you say, I give them 5 because of this reason, they say, we think it should be a 4 or a 0 or whatever. And they come to an agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Does the chairperson review each one of these, all 20 of them, to make sure that if that these are correct?
The chair is in me or the chair of the
No,
committee?
the chair of the chair of the no, not you. The
Okay.
chair of the, I mean, because theoretically, I mean, I don't know how often it happens, but just for another eyes on it to be like, oh yeah, okay, this passed the smell test, the litmus test, or whatever. And it's not like, oh, you missed all these, you put 0, 0 here, so 3 zeros, you know, and they've had grants previously, that type thing. Is there any kind of, you know, review for that 10,000-foot level to make sure that all the boxes have been checked, et cetera?
Commissioner, the committee will not, and be honest, I have not thought about that, but we can, as the staff, we can go back and review an application and ensure that, and we can question the score and we can see where we can look at the entire review and see where somebody might not have gotten points and go back and address that with the committee members.
Yeah, because I've seen Matrix coming out of TVC before that didn't capture the fact that somebody requesting a position in one of the committees was a veteran and they put 0 points when in reality they had their DD 214 included and they got 0 points even though it was pretty obvious they were a veteran. So those are the type of omissions I'm looking to make sure that we have more eyes on it. So it's just another, metric to look at to say, okay, yeah, we did. So yeah, I would think we would want to do that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like that idea. Okay, you want to go through the scoring matrix? I'll just share up front. I don't like 2 and 3, so we'll just, we'll continue or maybe adjust those. But we'll start with number 1, and or if you want to explain the scoring matrix, whether it was in previous scoring matrix, if it was new, why we have it in there.
Yes, ma'am. So going back to the scoring metrics, overall, it was quite comprehensive. And last year we reduced it down to 10, and obviously you'll notice in the edit document. But I've gone back to try to capture more information off the application and justifying if an application is worthy to continue and be awarded. And that was my goal here. And looking at some of and again, reflecting on some of the information that's in the RFA, putting that to the matrix and going from there. So again, number 1 is the top 3 needs for each region, which is historically what we've always done, is giving maximum points to those that serving the top 3 needs in a region. Financial assistance, I added on there because that is looking at the TAC. It just says that's the very first one. It doesn't state financial assistance, but it says limited emergency assistance. So that's the reason I put it on there.
I think we should take that off and just stick with the 5 veteran needs of the region and maybe even be very clear as determined by the needs assessment conducted by the Veterans Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that should be a lot more points. I'll just circle that, but I think it should be the number 1 criteria with a lot more points.
Yes, ma'am. And Madam Chair, in our conversation we had you last week, we plan on moving most of those points into that number 1 question.
Okay. And if you don't mind, as we go through these, state some of the things that you already think should change in here.
Yes,
from
ma'am.
This. Okay.
Number 2, does the application provide services to 5 or more counties? And again, VTCs and VCSOs would receive maximum points. But again, just the purpose of this was an organization providing a bigger net to serve more veterans, a bigger service area. I know the commission might decide otherwise, but that was my intent for this one here. Number 3,
Why do we have, why do we lump VTC or VCO? Why don't we just make it their own box? Yes. And
And commissioners-
VTC or VCO receive maximum points. I don't, why is that lumped in there?
again, it's just the way the program is set up. It would be rather difficult to program that in there. So that's why I incorporated that in there.
So
Oh, I don't have a problem
the reason
incorporating it in
why,
there. I'm just saying-
Kevin, I think the reason why he put that in there was because it arbitrarily hinders VTCs and VCSOs because they're always only going to be one county. So they were getting 0 points for that category, and it was making them look worse.
No, I get that. I'm just asking why you just don't break it out and make it number 4 and then just add another one. So it's,
Well, and I guess my question is, I know based off of kind of some of the voting we did in May, many of the commissioners preferred government agencies that were providing services for various reasons. That could just be number 2. Is it a government agency? You know?
yeah, that's what I'm not saying we want to get rid of. I'm just saying, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Then that's fine. That's fine. Just leave it there. I don't,
Well, I actually
fine.
don't like this because if we're going to prioritize services per region, like, I don't know why it matters if it's 5 or more counties. Like, why arbitrarily 5 counties?
And,
It's arbitrary.
and that number, ma'am, I just picked up top of the head.
Yeah, exactly.
Definition of arbitrary.
Yeah, the definition of arbitrary. So do we care if an application serves more than one county? Yes or no? If it, and if we do they deserve more points in the scoring matrix?
well, it costs more. So I'm indifferent. Yeah.
Let's separate the costs, right? Because
Yeah. I'm not defending. I'm just throwing it out there as why. So
what's the
Uh,
purpose?
it doesn't
What's
matter
the
to me.
purpose of scoring? Scoring is that measuring the value of the service. We've already determined it's eligible. And so now we're measuring the value this applicant brings to veterans. And so does the fact that it serves more than 5 counties bring value? Maybe. More value than one that just serves one county.
I think it could.
Okay.
I have a
Okay, hold on. Let's let Commissioner do.
If you have a service like, so I'm just gonna take an example, Cedar Park, a veterans organization that we get people in from Travis because it's right on the edge. We get people in from Bell because it's right on the edge, and people from some of the more rural areas in the county that come in and actually border some of the other counties. And so because it's just not offered in that particular county because they don't have the space or the community of veterans to make it worthwhile for them to have an organization there. So they just drive into Cedar Park. So, I mean, I think there is some value in having, they serve people in multiple counties and we're covering more areas with that particular organization. I don't know if I would go with 5, but
I think the issue is what Commissioner Dale brought up is how many more veterans or family members do they serve that are not from your county? So I don't think it matters how many counties. I think that doesn't matter. I think the point is like you have an organization, whatever it is, local government or nonprofit, or via a veteran service organization, like an American Legion or VFW, right? There aren't too many that apply for grants, but they can. And they're in a certain county. but they're willing to serve veterans, remotely, say it's financial assistance or something, from outside their county. So I think it really comes down to how many veterans are they willing to serve. So if there's if the commission thinks there's a priority, for the organization that's willing to take veterans from outside their county or to serve them, then is that a higher, should they get some extra points for that versus the one that says, no, I'm only going to serve veterans in my county?
Yeah, I think they should. Every one of the adventure therapy groups take veterans from all over the state. So, I mean, I think they should. I mean, Chuck, you were on the committee. What do you think? I haven't heard you say anything. Is he there?
I understand the value of it, especially go back to Commissioner Hernandez's point. You're going to have rural counties that are going to rely, or to Commissioner Hale's example, where you've got a suburban county, but it's right next to rural counties. When you're serving a larger area, you're serving more veterans. If this is about serving veterans, they should score a few more points for it. On the other side of the coin, I understand the logic of the veteran treatment courts and the county veteran service, more specifically the county veteran service officer program, because those are unique to just one county. So I also understood rating them up, although the only time you would need to rate them up if they were applying for an additional grant outside of their tranche. Otherwise, they're all just competing with everybody in their tranche, and so the score becomes moot.
So the veteran treatment court that takes 8 different counties versus the one in Harris County that only takes 1, he's equal to that one, even though he's stretching and reaching out and getting 8 to 10 more counties in there. Is that what you're saying? Because you just made an argument against that earlier. So if you're saying they're both equal, I'll just be quiet and we can move on. So.
No, and obviously in that scenario, they're not equal, and there are quite a few regional counties, county veteran.
So do they get compensated point-wise on the matrix, I guess is what we're trying to say, so we can kind of push on.
I think maybe we could do both from what you're both saying.
Sure.
We should give credit for ones that currently serve more than their county, and then give credit for ones who are willing to serve more than one county. So you could get both. So, but I guess, or maybe that could just be one category. Well,
Right.
You should
Have
get
you or
more-
are you willing to?
yes, have you and are you willing to? And the have you one has to be validated by data that they have provided to us. So there's people who say, I'm willing to do all 254 counties. Okay, that's a value, but they have not served all 250 counties in the past. They've only served one. So they don't get the credit for having previously served, but they do get the credit for be willing to serve.
Or the ability to serve.
Or the ability to, it's not just willing,
Right.
the ability.
Yeah, sure. I'm
How
not
would we
checking that box all day
validate the
long. I'm
ability?
willing to, but I may not have the ability. I mean,
So how would the committee and or staff validate ability to serve?
well, I can't answer them all.
No, but I'm just saying is,
Yes,
I
you
don't
can.
know. I
if
don't.
we're going to
I
put a
don't know how to-
criteria on them, we have to make sure that they have the,
There has to be.
No, I agree.
it was not just to you, Kevin, sorry. That
No,
was,
no, I know. I'm kidding. So I'm
Yeah.
just burning out a little bit.
I know.
Or if that was the case, right? So if we put that question on here, how would that be validated by the advisory committee when they did the score?
Well, I mean, Irv said they can go and look at zip code. I mean, client by zip code, and just, I mean, we're creating so many levels and layers in this thing. You know, we're trying to open it up, but yet we're constricting all the way along the way, and we're not, and if they say they do, then I mean, I guess because if there's past history with them or et cetera, that we look at the service they provide, adventure therapy versus its veteran treatment court in Galveston County, we kind of know, right? So I don't know, something has to, we have to put the onus on Irv and his staff to feel comfortable in the fact that they've got the experience. He's been there a long time to say, yeah, okay, I'm comfortable with that. then that works. And that gets into looking over the scoring matrix, just in saying, no, this organization has never served anybody in more than one county. So that should be, that should be noted. But I don't know I don't know the mechanics of it right now in my head. So, but
Well,
that's just
and that-
off the top of my head.
So that's the point, is staff is not scoring, the committee.
No, I understand. I understand, but I mean, yeah, I'm just saying that when they do the litmus test later on, but I guess if they say they do, I don't know. I don't know. So.
So number one, we're agreed with. Number two, potentially break into two, but number one needs more points, right?
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Number three, do we all agree this should get points? I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we go back for a second?
Once,
Really quick. Oh,
is
at
it-
the end.
I don't, unless, is there something that we got legally wrong?
No, I just wanted to point something out that could assist.
Okay, let's
This
go ahead.
in one of the Annex A is the federal and state statutes. We have in there a clause about false statements. So basically, when a grantee is applying, they're certifying that everything they're putting in the application is correct. So this particular paragraph states that applicants certify that all statements and information submitted in its application and attached paperwork are current, complete, true, and accurate. And it goes on, and that could be referenced at some point. That is true. They're certifying it's accurate. Maybe FEA doesn't have to verify everything. If they say they do, they need to stand on that.
I,
Just recommendation.
yeah, I won't trust that. We need to validate. Based off of history, the way the application is written, it says, I serve these counties. That could be interpreted many ways.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Number four. This is more a quality assessment of their application.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's going to require some committee member to make some judgment call on this, but overall, yes.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I went back and looked at some of the applications, and it was really hard to tell exactly what was going on there. So, I like
Yeah, agreed.
5, same deal, but with budget.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever they wrote in that question there compared to the budget.
Okay. 6. So this is after they did the intake and they meet the requirements of their program, how many days did it take them to provide the service?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of that's not dependent on the organization.
But Commissioner, that's why I put on there, once the client, the veteran walks in and he's determined he's eligible, or she, that once the client is determined to be eligible, how many days before that service, be it, and that's why I put ACX, but if they need financial assistance, they're on eviction notice. How many days is it going to take before this veteran's eviction is paid off?
Well, I mean, if you're for Housing for Texas Heroes, if Rebuilding Together Houston has a veteran that needs a $50,000 and they go through the assessment, and it's like, okay, it's going to be more than 3 days. I mean, so they're going to get penalized for not being able to perform that in 3 days. And a lot of it is, the veteran can, just drag their feet. I got 3 or 4 guys right now dragging their feet on a couple different things. So, I don't know. That's just my thoughts on that. So, you can't penalize somebody for. Yeah, I get it. The organization and you're going to say, okay, well, they were standing ready to provide that service, but because the veteran didn't do his part, or because the project takes 30 days or whatever, and maybe that veteran homeowner is like, well, I don't want to do it right now. Well, they shouldn't get penalized for that. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Or not rewarded, because that's just, they're part of their program. So
We could take this out.
okay. I mean,
Um,
or unless I'm missing something, I mean, let me know. So,
Sir, well, I mean, sir, yes. So HCX does get maximum points because we understand that a project might take longer because there's multiple things besides once somebody becomes eligible. You have to go
Mhm.
look at the house, contractors and whatnot before they're able to provide that service. But really, this question is in the application. So the committee members in previous years really like this question because there has been some organizations that provided again, you need financial assistance and the veteran shows up with their DD-14 and their bills that they need to get paid and the organization takes 7 days to pay them. So and being on that side of the grant world, you're right. Some veteran walks in at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon and you can't do anything till Monday. But if they showed up during the week, during the work week, more than likely you could probably pay that off the next morning. So
it doesn't really matter what the veteran, because theoretically what we're saying is when I call into Texas Veterans Network and I say I want to learn about entrepreneurs, I want to learn about camaraderie, I want to learn about mental health, et cetera, et cetera. Well, Texas Veterans Network will send that notification to that organization and they track it. So that organization calls the veteran back. I mean, and the veteran doesn't call them back for 6 days. I mean, where do you start your timeline from? The time they were contacted and they got back within 42 hours or whatever? Or is it, I mean, I don't, this one just kind of, it's tough
I'm
to
having a
measure.
hard time with this one. I think maybe we consider
Uh,
getting rid of it because it's so specific to one particular area. Like if I call for counseling services, it's going to take weeks to get an appointment. That's just how it is. Like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's going to take, if I go and say, I want to join the sailing group for peer support services and it's not scheduled until next month. I mean, that's not their fault, So I'm trying to look at every category. I mean, how long does it take to get on the court docket, to get on veteran treatment court? We don't have control over that. I see what
Madam
you're
Chair.
trying to do, but I don't think it applies equally across all the different grant areas. And I think it'll be really hard to apply.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I'll ask the FBA director if the grantees are reimbursed quarterly after their report is submitted. So they don't get actual funds after the quarter has been reported. Is that correct?
Negative, Commissioner Hernandez. Grantees must report monthly and they're reimbursed on a monthly basis.
And how do they get reimbursed?
Reporting their expenditures that we review and verify. And that includes the clients that were served, their information, limited information, county, zip code, and their demographic. And that's the only thing we capture from the clientele. We verify that based on the documents that are provided, and we reimburse the organization, the grantee.
Quarterly or monthly?
Monthly,
Monthly.
as long as there's expenditures, obviously.
Do we ever do quality control calls with veterans?
We do not, Commissioner. We have veterans that do have reached out to us because of bad service. They state they've had bad service from an organization. And we've also started the customer service satisfaction survey that was started last grant cycle. And we tell grantees they must give the veteran being served or client being served the opportunity to complete that survey. It's not required the veteran complete it, but it is required that the organization provide a link for the veteran to complete that survey.
Do we think it would be a good idea to do quality control calls with veterans if they opt in or whatever? I don't want to violate anybody's confidentiality, but it just seems like, it would just be a nice way to go from where we talked about trust, but verify. It would just be a nice way to get more information for you guys to say, hey, how's this organization is doing, course correct that organization, or provide great input to that organization, say you're doing a good job, keep up the great work, and also to get feedback from the veterans saying, yeah, I really like this organization, or no, they were not, they did not comply with what you guys are saying, even though they're submitting that they did, and that the service call. It's just a suggestion. I'm just asking, so we can move on.
Well, so to try to address your concern that you're saying you're getting feedback from the committee members, it would be nice to have this information. I mean, could the question be something like, provide a concise summary of your service requirements from the time eligibility is confirmed? I mean, just so they understand how the process works. If it's a financial assistance and it's taken 2 weeks, well, then that's probably not going to score well. If they have an explanation to say you're eligible, by the Veterans Court docket and you're put on the next eligible court thing. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how to get the committee the things that you're saying that they want without without dinging somebody who's just, they don't work as fast.
Yes, ma'am. Understand. I mean,
I think what you're getting at is you want to make sure that the service that they're providing is timely and is meeting the needs of the veteran.
that is correct, ma'am.
Right. And so I think to kind of follow up with Kevin's point is, where in here are we providing to the committee the feedback that has been given to us from past performance of veterans that have used these grants?
We have not provided that information, ma'am.
Okay.
But wasn't that in the information earlier? Didn't it say the performance data under 6.5?
Yeah, that's just number of people that they've served and how much money they spent.
Well, 4 years of performance and expenditure data. Does that not cover it?
I don't think so. Performance is how many clients they served.
Oh, but not how quickly.
Yes.
No quality. No.
Not the quality. And we don't have that for every grantee either.
That is correct, ma'am. We're dependent on the clientele and the report to us or to complete the survey.
Okay. I think the point is it sounds like something we would like to score them on, but we don't have enough data to do that equally across all the grantees.
So
And if this was only $5 million, no problem, $10 million, but this is
maybe
$30 to
go back
$40
and
million.
relook and ask the timeliness question.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to be able to solve this before we send out this RFA.
No.
ma'am,
And quality control has nothing to do with this, as far as I'm concerned.
So, ma'am, we're looking at taking this.
Let's take 6 out for now, because
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I'm not saying we don't want to do it, but I just don't think we have enough data to do it properly or fairly right now. And maybe staff could think of ways. I know we're starting to get some of these surveys back, but I don't know how we can fairly do this with the questions we have asked. Okay. Number 7. Or just really quick, what's the,
Yes, ma'am. We asked the organization, we asked them this question if clients can make appointments online, and we asked them for their website where they can make appointments online. And we've in previous years, we've verified that web link that they provided.
so they get extra points if you can make appointments online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone have a problem with that?
Nope.
Okay. How does that work with Veteran Treatment Court? They have appointments online? Some do?
They should.
Ma'am, no, no, they don't. Unless it would be an existing clientele that's not in jail. But yes, ma'am.
I believe on a veterans treatment court, they're referred by the justice system,
Yes, they're referred by the justice system.
county judge,
exempt them.
whatever.
So they're exempt. So
Yes,
they
ma'am.
get full points for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And same with 8.
8.
8, the same thing. with
Just
the
to
phone number,
clarify,
ma'am.
you're not in jail necessarily to participate in veteran treatment court.
Actually, I think that's how they get their intake, through the magistrate.
Yeah, but you're not in jail though. I mean, you can be released on your own recognizance and be out of jail and be out and about and still be able to participate in the program, especially in misdemeanor court.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't think they have, you can't just personally call them. It has to be referred to. from their lawyer.
Correct. I'm not sure. So
Yeah,
No, it has to be.
yeah, it has to be referred to. by a lawyer.
unless you're there at the intake. So, but yeah, I mean, you have to apply for it. So, but let's move on.
Okay, 8, I think, are we good with a working phone number and they could request services over the phone? Do they get extra points for that?
I think the more accessible, yeah. Of course, you're going to have the exemption there as well as number like treatment courts. And stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
At a
exemption
VTC.
for that one. Exemption for 8, okay, and then 9 is.
I mean, in the late 1900s, I would say sure, but I mean, in today, I mean, I guess you can get rewarded for having a storefront, but I mean, you're disadvantaging those who have gone digital. So I don't know. I don't know if we need that. I mean, personally, but
The key thing here, Commissioner, is you're correct. There's organizations that have a storefront, but a client can't walk in off the streets and say, I need services. They must make an appointment online or via telephone. So essentially, they're getting kicked out.
If they can get the service online, we've learned this in the pandemic. Now, granted, we have a lot of veterans that want to walk in and see us and we're there, but a lot of these organizations, they are providing their services online and over the phone and through email and like paying the bill of the vendor. And they don't have to see the veteran. So I kind of endorse what Commissioner Barber just said, is that the ones that are providing great services online and over the phone are going to get a disadvantage here.
yeah, if I'm looking at this, I'm going to pick up 5 extra points just for checking yes. Nobody's ever going to know.
I just think with the ones that don't have a walk-in capability, they're still going to provide good services online.
Are you, I guess my question is, are we being a little bit too literal here? Like, do you really mean physically walking in, or do you mean I can get services without pre-scheduling an appointment that I have to call them back in 2
That's
weeks?
how I read it.
I think it's, I don't, it seems to me like I'm driving by and I'm walking off the street. That's to me how that reads. And if I'm looking at this, translating it,
I read it as I call an organization and say, I need help. And they're like, great, let's schedule an appointment to talk to you in 3 weeks. I would rather have them say, I'll be glad to help you. How can I help you right now? Right?
I guess what's meant by that question, because I read it kind of like.
The question reads, that is how the question reads in the application, but the intent, ma'am, you're correct. It's somebody walking off the streets needs help. I don't need to call or go online to make an appointment. They are going to help them on this.
But you're talking walking off the streets. You mean physical. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if I call an organization and I get help immediately, that's better than me calling an organization and then having to meet with them in 4 weeks. Because
I don't
they
interpret
claim
it
they
that
helped
way.
me. Right? So I guess that's the question. If we look at all 7, 8, and 9, they're all getting towards the same thing. How accessible are we to the veterans? Is there a way to combine 7, 8, and 9 in a way that the point is 7, 8, and 9 is how is accessible are the services to veterans? And how do we do, and so maybe the answer is staff go back and look, and we don't have to do it now, how to make 7, 8, and 9, combine it in a way, maybe it's a rank score from 0 to 10 or something like that in accessibility to services from veterans.
And then define walk-in, right? Because we all have different definitions, right? I mean, you have one, I have one, and Tom has one. Everybody has a different definition of walk-in. So, I mean, how do you define that?
I put quotes around my walk-in, Kevin.
No worries. No, I did.
Yeah, let's combine 7, 8, and 9, focus on accessibility of services to
ma'am.
veterans.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe another method of receiving services by our grantee is they're listed on the TVC grant link. And they can look on the TVC website and say this particular grantee can help you with the services that they provide. So that would be, referral by the TVC website. So
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think we only put the ones that have previous grants on there. So anyone that didn't have a previous grant, they can't be on our website. That would kind of,
That is correct, ma'am. They're
Hinder them,
current
right?
grantees.
yeah. Oh, that is a good idea. And I just don't want to hinder the new ones. You know? Okay, what's number 10?
Reference is statewide, ma'am. And we're asking them to, if there's sufficient description on how they would provide services across the state.
Okay,
I'm checking yes all day.
exactly. So does it matter?
I think there's a typo here, ma'am. I left yes on there. So this is a subjective question. So this is a narrative question that they will fill out. So if they selected statewide, tell us how you're going to provide services. If you're located in Austin, how are you going to reach the Panhandle?
This is back to number 2.
But I thought, yeah, I think we're addressing that in number 2.
Right, we're repeating ourselves.
I think it's addressed in number 2. So when we think of how we want to take 10 and combine it into 2 somehow. So it sounds like when it comes to project review, we're reviewing, does it meet our needs? Who do they provide services to? Does the grant match what they say, both in service and in cost? How accessible are they to veterans? And then we tried to do timely, but I don't think we can do that quite yet. I think those are the main categories, right? Okay. Is there any other thing that we could think of that is not included in here? Okay.
Madam Chair, as we've reviewed, Donna and I have reviewed the grants, we've noticed that some organizations don't even say anything on their website about serving veterans. Is that something the commission would want to affirmatively ask the organizations to do? So they wouldn't receive those points, right? Or less points in the accessibility when you combine 7, 8, and 9, but just wanted to flag that and just see if the commission had any thoughts on it.
No, that's a good point. I think we cover,
Yeah, I don't even think you should be eligible personally. Yeah, that's what we ran into. So
There's one under management review. I believe number 4 might possibly cover that.
yes, number 4.
yeah, I
can
thought we
cover it.
covered it earlier, but I could be wrong. So that was a big concern of mine when last round we just went through is the fact many of these organizations never even mentioned veteran on their website. So
I think we can combine veteran into number 4. So
Okay.
not only have they provided that service to clients before, but not just clients, but to veterans.
Yes, ma'am.
right.
Because, or maybe that's a separate question. So I have an organization that has provided mental health support for years and years and years to the general public. They get credit for having a long history of doing that, even though they haven't done it for veterans. But then another question is, have you provided it specific for veterans?
Or is it listed in your menu of services? Yeah, because I'm going to say sure I have, but well, if it's not on your, how the heck does a veteran know you provide those services? And we're not giving money to organizations that don't have the proper way to reach these veterans. So I think it should almost actually disqualify you if you want to get into it. Have a history of doing it. Have it on your website. So when I'm a veteran and I go and I see, okay, I've Googled veteran services on the mental health site. Well, I know these guys perform it because I can pick it up on the bot. But if they're not doing that and they're just trying to search for money, I mean, I don't think you get rewarded for that.
How about, well, the problem is Kevin, you have some county services that they can't do a service unless they have a grant. So they can't physically provide.
But they're already
transportation.
providing those. But they're already providing the veteran service. So
Okay, so maybe number 4 stays as is, and then we add another one below it that says, do you have veteran specific programs listed on, have you previously
yeah.
provided veteran specific programs in general, and is that listed on your website?
there you go.
Okay.
But if you haven't and you're new, then what?
Well, you have to be an organization for at least 2 years before you could even apply for the grant. So it's not that they're ineligible, they just don't get as many points.
Okay.
So we have an organization that has been around for 2 years. That's a bare minimum to apply now. And maybe they've been providing services, let's say generic mental health services, but they didn't have a veteran-specific program. So they get credit for having historical ability to provide mental health services, but they don't get as many points as another organization that has had a veteran-specific program in the past. I mean, they're still eligible and they still might get a grant. They just don't get as many points as another program that has. Because we're not making them ineligible.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I think the way you worded the question had me questioning it. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Budget. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 under the budget section. Is there anything and again, we don't have to rewrite it, but we just need to give guidance to staff so they could take it back and bring it in August.
I mean, are we on budget review still?
Yeah, we just started this one.
All right. I mean, you're not, I mean, on the number one, if your intake or your counselor walked out the door, the day this thing hits or within the period of 2 months between when it does, or 2 months prior, you've been blowing and going, they've been there for 5 years, all of a sudden they walk out the door and you gotta press no on it. I mean, and you don't get your 5 points. That doesn't seem fair. It's pretty
Commissioner, this
volatile
is-
out there.
Commissioner, is this when they start applying? Remember, they're going to apply in October to start their grant in September of next year. A lot of times these organizations don't have anybody there. They'll put.
No, I understand, and I don't necessarily, I don't want to fund these for that, but I also don't want to penalize somebody that's in the middle of a, shift change, and I don't know, maybe it's not an issue. I guess I'm pressing yes anyways, or no, so.
The premise for this question, Commissioner, is organizations might not
I
be
know.
set up to start the grant program. So a
Yeah.
lot of times, and we tell them if they get awarded, and we tell them that if you don't have anybody, if there's to be hired or to be determined, they need to start working to get somebody hired.
I know, but this is at the application process, what I'm saying. When the committee looks at this and did you have somebody in this position? Yes. Do you, I mean, I don't know how to word it, but it seems like, yes, I agree, but I don't think this states what we're saying, so.
But also, if they don't have a prior grant, or like if this is the first time they applied for this grant, they're not going to have a position. They're not going to have a grant position.
Not necessarily, sir. At times they do identify somebody that will be doing that position.
But not for the FEA grant, for some other grant.
Well, sir, again, they're budgeting for the future. So at times they've singled out individuals knowing that if we get a grant, this individual is going to be working on the grant.
All right. So they're applying in October. They're not going to see any of this money. They're not going to until July. Or no, now it's not even that. It's going to be September.
Yes, sir.
So it's a year ahead of point. Right. So unless they have funding from some other source, if they have funding from some other source and they provide this service, okay, that's great. But if not, this is the first time they're applying for this service.
Well, it goes back to, do we want to finance organizations to get into the veteran space? Because what we saw last time was you're losing funding left and right all over the place. And there's many organizations that are now all of a sudden showing up saying, well, I want to get funding by now become a veteran, organization that supports veterans. Do we want to be financing those groups to start a veteran program that takes 6 months to a year to actually get going? Or do we want to finance organizations that have been doing this and have a past history? I guess that's the bottom line of the question with what I'm saying. So I personally don't want to finance organizations just coming off the street because quite possibly they've lost finances at the federal level, and now they're asking us to satisfy, you know, some other new service to be able to employ their people or their organization and keep it alive, whatever. I don't want to finance that. That's just my opinion.
I think this seems less about budget and more about, because it's in the budget section, it seems less about budget and more about ability to provide service. Because if they have to ramp up an entire new program, including hiring, that's, I mean, someone who already has an existing program that they should get, you know, obviously we feel more comfortable with them being able to start day one. Right?
That is correct, ma'am.
Does it eventually affect their budget? Yes, but that's not the real reason we're asking it.
Yes, ma'am. That the main premise again is this is, are you able to start on the day of the grant? And we get about 50-50. Some do hire people in enough time to get them trained and up and going, and others they'll post a position on the first day of the grant. I'm like, and now they're behind.
I mean, I can have an organization there. I can think of 5 off the top of my head that have 10 clinicians sitting there and 10 intake people going, okay, we're not doing this anymore because our funding's been shut off by the federal government. Okay, great. Let's just pivot over here and we'll get TVC to give us a $250,000 grant, even though we've never done an intake or we've never, you know, only because we have these positions that are sitting there. So that doesn't capture my point about not financing those organizations. That this doesn't capture that. So.
Okay. Was this in previous scoring?
Historically, ma'am, it's been here since I've been here.
Okay, so we've always scored this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And maybe it does capture it. I don't know. So.
Okay. So what on this budget section is new or different from what we've scored in the past? How about I ask it that way?
They've all been historically there, ma'am.
Okay.
The change in number 3 is the percentage.
To 25% to match
Yes.
the rest of the
Yes, ma'am.
changes.
But looking at it again, I might look at taking it out. I think it's part of the eligibility.
Right. This is the one that I wanted to remove because we already reduced their application amount by their unallowed. And if it was more than 25, they wouldn't even come to them.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm okay with removing 3, but all the other ones have always been there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any reason to believe the other questions besides 3 did not bring value when you scored before? Like, were they beneficial to your scoring when you previously scored?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
So I understand the logic to it. Keep in mind what this scoring system is for the committee. So even though that ineligible above 25% will be taken out, does that loss of those points become a deal breaker? And there's an element, we're looking for deal breakers. These are competitive grants, and we need to lose sight. As much as we want to be fair to everybody, we still have to have some system to stack everybody. So you've got, say, 30% that's ineligible. We lop off 5%, but otherwise you meet all the other needs of a grant request. This should not kill your score.
I think what we're misunderstanding is if their application shows more than 25%, they're immediately ineligible and would never even come to the committee. Below 25%, we are. So if they are come in with a 30% unallowable, that does not meet the eligibility requirements, and they would not make it to the advisory committee. If they come in with 20%, staff would reduce their application by that percentage before it even goes to the committee. So that's why I'm saying reducing their score after that doesn't make any sense because we already reduced their grant amount. Okay.
Correct.
So we'll remove 3, and commissioners, unless we have a reason, let's just keep the way we've always reviewed budget in the past, which is the remaining questions. Okay. How about management review? All of those with those previous questions we've always used, or is there anything new?
No, ma'am. Pretty much, their previous questions have been used.
And so Kevin, look at 4 under management review.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Nope. that
Do
was-
we see a lot of CFOs' names listed as other? I mean, some of these smaller organizations, the CFO is going to wear a couple different hats. What are we talking about? And I know this has been in here before, but listed as a principal participant for other decision-making or project management functions. Are we hamstringing? Are we hamstringing some of these organizations first with that?
Commissioner, not sure if we're hamstringing them. We possibly could, but the key thing here is we're trying to eliminate the money person away from the decision maker to be separation. So kind of a separation of duties.
Yeah, in a perfect world, I get it.
And I think that's what we're saying is the people that do it, we'll give extra points to.
Yeah.
Okay, so all of these things would be the scoring that the advisory committee would use. Some of these questions in the past, the commission has asked for, like, is it on their website, stuff like that. Is it still appropriate for us to ask those questions and have that information provided to us when it's already incorporated into the scoring matrix? Because now we're doubly affecting them. So if the scoring matrix already takes into account the fact that whether they have a veteran program on their website, then having staff provide that to us on top of them being reduced in their score, we could potentially doubly impact them.
I'd like to see it, that just personally.
Yeah, I
So,
just have a concern with that because
yeah,
we're already reducing their score because they don't have it. And then you are in your mind mentally reducing them even more. Then that to me doesn't seem fair.
to me it does.
Score sheets. The advisory committee will forward the score sheets
Right.
for each grant. So you have the application and the score sheets. And
Yeah,
then you want the raw data, you have the raw data in a table.
Yeah. I just don't want us to present data 3 times and have it applied 3 different times.
that's fine.
Yeah.
I can get it anyways. I'll see it there. So, but
I
okay,
get it.
yeah. Hey, you know,
What I would rather have you do is increase the impact to their score.
right? Yeah,
And-
no, I mean, I'm just asking for doubling down, but that's fine. I'll defer, no worries. Is everybody comfortable with the fact that there's going to be 25% of allowable expenses? Is everybody comfortable with that? I don't know if we kind of hit that hard enough. I'm talking
so
to the
let
other
me-
commissioners.
I guess let me repeat what I said just a few minutes ago is
Yeah,
if it's more than 25%, they're ineligible. If
I
it's
get.
less- I'm sorry?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm
I know,
just
if
wondering if
it's-
everybody's okay with that being with the cost of everything. Because before we said, okay, we know that there's a greater cost of doing business these days. I mean, by having it at 25, is everybody comfortable with that you're going to get kicked out? Well, first off, you should have read the RFA, but second off, is everybody comfortable with that number or should it be 30%? I'm just throwing it out there for the other commissioners.
So it's not indirect service costs. It's completely unallowable costs.
That-
We will never reimburse them for that amount. It is not allowed. So it's
And that's what I want everybody to, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get to. Everybody understands that part of it. It's not allowable. It's just if it exceeds it, even on the application side of thing, it's going to be kicked out. Everybody, because we've never done that in the past where it got kicked out. So
we do. It was always in there. It just was never 25%. It was 40%.
right, and okay, that's fine. I just want I want everybody to be okay with that. So. Because we allowed them in before if it was up to 40%, and now we're not. So it doesn't even see the day of light. So the light of day, something like that. If everybody's cool with it, I'm cool.
I would rather have applicants that apply for our grant program as we defined it, rather than try to stick things in there, hoping we
Sounds
would
good.
catch it.
Sounds good. Super. That's it, huh?
Yes, so if we go back to the one last thing, if we go back to 6.2, do we feel like we need 6.2? Do we feel like the scoring matrix covers all of our priorities? Because if the scoring matrix covers all our priorities, then we don't need separate priorities in 6.2. Other than maybe we could just clarify, it is the intent of the commission to have, you know, the most needs in each geographical region covered, you know? To cover the needs of each geographical region to the best of our ability. Let's wordsmith that a little bit.
And meet us all statutory requirements.
Yeah, and meet, yes, and meet all statutory requirements. That's correct.
So ma'am, if I understand correctly, we're going to get rid of the list under 6.2, but reword 6.2 the paragraph.
That's right.
Do we need to leave number 2 just because of
Number 2 is,
BCSOs?
yes. Yeah, so maybe kind of a paragraph that says our intention is to prioritize the funding of the most needed needs per the needs assessment in each region, and also support veteran county service officers and veteran treatment courts, and kind of put that in there so that they know, even with the scoring matrix, those are the ones that we care about the most.
Yes, ma'am.
6.2.
In 6.2.
And to meet of our statutory requirements. So 3 things, right?
And the statutory, is that already in there?
I don't see it in there.
So the 3 things are the top 3 needs in the region is indicated in the needs assessment, the meet all statutory requirements, and to prioritize veteran county service officers and veteran treatment courts.
Yeah. Yep.
Did you get that?
And to not go over our budget.
That's true, though.
Okay, maybe put that in there and only recommend up to our budget. If that's not
There you
written
go.
anywhere in here, so let's make sure we put that in there.
Oh,
too.
no, I think that's in 6.4. I think in 6.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna rewrite that anyways, yeah.
6.4, it talks about
Budgets, yeah,
up
okay,
to the funding recommendation to the funding limit.
yeah, okay, good. Just quickly, 6.5 through 6.10 on page 14, and then I think we'll be done. And just make sure there's nothing in here that we don't.
6.5.
6.5 through 6.10 on page 14.
Going to consolidate under 6.5, 3 and 4.
Yep.
I would make a recommendation to Irvin and his team that they put in capital letters, underline and bolded the fact that a lot of people thought that they had been recommended for approval, and they were approved when they saw that the committee had recommended them. I think that there was a lot of confusion in the fact that people thought that that was a done deal. At least that's the impression I'm getting from talking to a lot of people. So I would really make that a, very bold out there in the fact that these are not decisions. And I see that we've said that in here, but I would really reiterate that. There was a lot of confusion, and maybe I just got the brunt end of a lot of it. So
6.7 and 6.8 is what you're saying should be.
yeah, I'm saying let's make sure everybody and I'm not even sure I'm just saying I think we need to reiterate that so there is no confusion out there.
6.6 be the
Commissioners-
recommendation, not the award.
Yes.
I was advised by a previous FEA director that instead of reading out the applications by the committee members and my recommendations is to provide the list to the commissioners. And if there's any discussion amongst them, let them discuss. And then they make the motions and then we read who was awarded. Because we've gotten a lot of response about that. Yes, organizations think that. I've had to clarify. You were recommended by the committee, might have been recommended at a reduced amount by me, but the commissioners never made a motion to award you. So yes, I know it's difficult and that's the way the commissioners wanted it this time, but that caused a lot of confusion. out there in all the applicants.
Okay, so are you saying that we just get a report by the committee? That's just a hard copy report?
Yes, ma'am. They provide you the spreadsheet with all information. They're up here. Commissioners can reach down to, they can be up here waiting on questions from the commissioners about their recommendation list that they've provided to you. Instead of reading out, these are the ones I recommend in amount.
Okay. The reason we've done that in the past is because most of the time we haven't had to change that list. But since the recommendation was above our limit, we couldn't just pick what the committee recommended.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's why we did that. So without providing that report publicly, people don't know what's in the report. Okay, we'll take that into consideration.
Yes,
Thanks.
ma'am.
Okay. And then you have the key dates here. Actually, under 6.5, can you include the needs assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
We need to provide that to the committee, the full needs assessment study.
And then on back in 6.4,
They're going to completely rewrite that.
right, and just that we're going to keep in there that we want them to rank. I think it's in 6.4. Yeah, it does say it. The committee will review, score, rank, and evaluate all eligible applications. And then what we need is they need to rank them, but then also they have to, I think it's in here too. Yeah, number 6 underneath that, convene to recommend each application with the funding as a group. So
It'll
we
be
want-
as a region, but yeah.
Yeah, so we
instead of
want to
a
do
group.
it by region.
Yeah.
We need to put that in.
And then the other part that I can't see how that's written in here, but from my discussions with y'all, I got the impression that when the committee meets, they will be reviewing completely by the application and the scoring matrix. And while their meetings are open meetings, they're not going to schedule special meetings just for presentations.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
When the committee meets, number 6 there on 6.4, the applicants will be able to speak in the public comment, but it is not a requirement for them to present like in previous years.
So we're not going to invite grantees. We're not going to say, come and present. If they come for public comment, but it's not going to be part of the process anymore.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
When you say public comment at our commissioner meeting or at the committee meetings?
At the committee meeting.
Okay, I think that, yeah,
I mean,
okay.
we can't stop them from coming to our commission meeting either.
No,
but-
no, I understand. I was just wondering if, I was just clarifying the fact that they still have the ability I mean, I just want them to understand that we're not saying you can't come and present. We're saying you can come, but we're not, I mean, I want to make sure they understand that we're not saying you can't come and present. That's my point.
Well, it won't be a discussion and there won't be a template given to them.
If I'm a
And
grant, if
they would subject to the public comment deadline.
I understand. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that we're changing that from previous. And I want the grantees to understand that is my point.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. Maybe
it-
we have to explicitly say that in here.
Yeah,
That's
yes,
what
ma'am.
I'm saying
We'll-
to the
we'll-
grant. Yes, that's what I'm requesting. So,
In the webinar, we'll talk about, it's going to be quite lengthy, but yes, we will discuss all, and that's part of
Okay.
the process.
Yeah.
We'll discuss the processes and we'll notify them that there is no more presentation meeting, but they're able to come in public comment at this recommendation meeting.
okay, fair enough. That's all. I don't want somebody coming back and going, well, you didn't let us in. So whatever. So, all right, good.
Anything else for section 6? And then moving on to section 7, and this is the part where you mentioned earlier, which it felt like yesterday, but it was just a few hours ago, where you mentioned earlier that you took the dates out of all these multiple sections and just moved it into this one section so that there's a nice, easy timeline so everyone knows the dates in one spot. Is that?
That is correct, ma'am. That was the objective.
How many days after Thanksgiving is December 2nd? I just want to make sure we're giving people enough time after the holidays to 4 days. So it's basically the Monday after Thanksgiving? Tuesday after Thanksgiving. Okay. Is that pretty consistent with how we've done it in the past?
Ma'am, I'm trying to remember what. It was the second week of December, I believe, last grant cycle.
Okay. Let's think through that one. Make sure people have enough time coming back from the holidays to submit their application.
Is enough?
I'm just saying it's earlier than we've done in the past. They said normally it's the second week in December. Now it's the first week
Oh.
in December. And it's the day, like 2 days after Thanksgiving. And they have all the way up until November 26th to submit questions. So just trying to be kind and consistent. Just take a look at it. If it's fine, then it's fine.
Yes, ma'am. And we have webinars and notifications that we let them know. But you're correct. A lot of organizations wait till the last minute to submit, even though they've had 2 months to.
I know.
And you just hit on my point. I don't care what the last day is. They're going to wait till 48 hours before they do it.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was agenda item 3A. Anything else we need to talk under the RFA? I think we have given you more than enough feedback on this, and luckily we won't have to vote on this today. We can look at it next month.
I do. I'm very sorry, Madam Chair, but I do.
Okay.
I want to work with staff if nobody has an issue with it on clarifying the 100% veteran business owned criteria to be able to receive services. Right now, we're seeing a lot of older businesses being sold to younger veterans, and they'll retain 25% as kind of an earnout. And that doesn't qualify them. They may own 75% of it. They're buying, and then the other 25% stays back with the original owner until they have a buyout. So therefore, that would exclude them. And maybe we do it around veteran controlled business rather than 100% veteran owned. But I think it needs to, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that that's a very, that's kind of, it's very restrictive, especially when you're trying to buy a business and you're buying maybe 49% or 51%, you're controlling interest of it. So maybe we put a little bit more color around that, and I'd like the opportunity to work with staff on that.
Yeah.
Understand. Yes, sir.
Since we have an opportunity, let's take a look at that before August and see what we come up with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so now the next agenda item is 3B. And this is regarding grant information requested by commissioners before review grant requests. And I think I did touch on it briefly in the previous agenda item, but basically this is having Irv talk with us about what we need to make our decisions to make sure that they can prepare and adequately give us the information we need for our May meeting.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay.
All right,
Yep.
Commissioners, SharePoint folder labeled B, grant information provided for review, contains much of the information provided in the last May meeting that will be covered in this agenda item. The regulations require that the awarding agency identify the criteria that will be used in making funding decisions. FBA is requesting that the commissioners identify what information they require the staff to provide at the award meeting in May. The primary document provided to the commissioners is the Excel workbook containing the application information and key metrics identified within the application and during the review process. The additional information provided to the commissioners in May meeting was veterans population by county, monetary values by region, 4-year performance, and grant program funding percentage. On page 14, section 6.5 lists the additional information that will be provided to the FBA committee. Would the commissioners like additional information than what is listed in this section. FBA staff is ready to note what information will be required for the May meeting to list this information in the RFA.
Okay, so let me make sure. I'll speak for you, but not for you. I feel like our last minute requests that we had before May put a lot of churn on staff. And they had to resubmit things to us multiple times based off of different things each commissioner wanted. So they are coming to us early to make sure that they have enough time to adequately prepare and give us the information we need to make our decision in May without having to recreate files multiple times. So we would like to make sure that what they tried to do is put in everything that we cared about into what they submit to the committee, and then have that go into what comes to us. So what they give to the committee would be essentially equivalent to what they give us, maybe with the addition of whatever the committee's report is. Any thoughts on that?
So everything that you have listed in here was fine. And as long as I have access to the
Okay.
score sheets to go look. Yeah.
So the score sheets would be in addition to what's in 6.5, which would be an output of the committee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm assuming we would want everything at 6.5 plus the committee report, plus the score sheets that the committees did. So that's why I've heard two things so far. Commissioner Wright?
Are we going to get every one of the score sheets or basically a roll-up?
You will get a roll-up, Commissioner. So it'll be the Excel document
Okay.
with all the same information as last year. And I know we didn't open an Excel document right now, but if you want to add an additional column or take a column off. you guys-
No,
You're
actually,
gonna get the score sheet because in the last year, they got the application and there was a score sheet in the application, remember?
Yes,
So the
sir.
same thing's
Yes.
gonna happen. They're
which-
gonna get the application and then the score sheet that the advisory committee does. Then, of course, you'll get the roll-up from the advisory committee,
Okay.
which has the ranking. Get
Okay.
that too.
and then part two of that question is, we've made a real focus in this meeting on meeting the regionally based needs. And it would be nice to see that information as well. So we could look at it and fairly quickly go, wow, the panhandle's really getting left behind, or, DFW is getting overloaded. And, how do we balance that better across the state?
So Commissioner, if I understand correctly, you're not looking for the needs assessment. You're looking, say, plotted on the map of where organizations are serving?
Yes, sir. And how they're meeting those in each of the 8 regions, those top 3 needs. So in other words, the panhandle is going to look different than East Texas.
So I think what you're asking for, let me see if I can clarify this. So when you give a report to the commission, that you have you have some summary sheet that's broken out by region and by the top needs and the recommended grants to meet those needs associated with it. So example, we'll have Alamo region, and it would have the top 3 needs are, I don't know, employment services. I'll just pick 3, claims or whatever. And then you would have next to it how many grants were assigned and how much money rolled up, whatever, and so that we could see in general, have we covered each of the needs with the recommendations that the committee put together? And if there's any gaps, we could see the gaps. And potentially all the other grants that we give it that may not be in the top 3, but also provided in that region. So you
Yes,
see what
ma'am.
I'm saying?
Understand. Yes, ma'am.
Because likely we would look at that report and either vote by region or just say we like it all and we could just vote for the report as is, it depends. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
But of course, we'd still like the Excel spreadsheet with everything So the summary page and then the Excel spreadsheet, whether broken out by region or by group, I don't think it particularly matters, with every single grantee and the number amount and the score.
Yes, ma'am.
What was recommended and what was not recommended.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Understand.
Yes. Kirsten.
Can we go back to 3A when you're done with this section?
Okay. Possibly. Okay. So let's see.
Just had a quick comment on what Commissioner Barber had said.
Okay. We could just take that offline.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else that we want? I think what staff is looking for is when you provide it to us 2 weeks before the meeting, it is everything you need, and we won't be sending additional requests in to recalculate or add new columns.
How many weeks? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
2. We shoot
I-
for 2 every year.
Yeah, no, I know. I just like it before then.
So I've served as a city councilwoman for 8 years, and I've never got a packet earlier than 2 days before my meeting. I'm just telling
I'm
you. So 2 weeks
very,
is
very
like,
well aware of that.
it's
since-
generous.
But I can still say I want it to snow today, but
Right.
we know that's not going to happen, but that's fine.
Right. And I just want to clarify, and I think we had it last time. I didn't want anything special made separately for the commission. I just need
Yeah.
access to the applications and score sheets. I think last time there was just a link. It said, if you want to look at anything, go to this link. So,
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
You
as long
will
as I-
get a copy of those. Yes.
Okay. Anyone have anything else? Okay.
Nothing else.
What is this? What is the thing? This commissioner guidance sheet that we have here? Oh, this is from you, Chuck? So this was did we cover all of your concerns, Chuck?
I should have been paying better attention to it. I will say this, and I did this based on my time on the committee. It's funny, I mentioned this to Irv already. He's done a pretty good job of hitting all of and this was motivated by the committee saying, we didn't feel like we had really good guidance. And I agree with them. I mean, not that it was a perfect storm of bad events. We had lost all of our institutional knowledge on the committee. We'd had some turnover. I used a term called proof of concept, which we've referenced several times. Whether it's a new grant or an existing grant, can we look at them and see, do they have a track record that is worthy of one of our grants, keeping in mind our history? I don't think there's anything, Irv, you didn't cover. So
Sure.
good job,
Thank you, sir.
because Irv and I did not communicate, just so the legal people know that. We did not have, had no conversation with any of the staff except for Tom. So
Was that a yes? We did cover it?
We covered it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our discussion and our agenda for today. I want to acknowledge the amazing amount of work that it took for staff and for us to gather our thoughts and take into account lessons learned from this last grant cycle. Look forward to seeing what we have in August for final approval. With that, the meeting is adjourned.
Do we have a motion?
Do we need a motion?
No worries.
Okay.
So moved.